spirits of the wild.
Humanity reached the center of a dead galaxy and found a planet the size of a solar system. Every city, every machine, every structure was perfectly intact. The power was still running. The lights were still on. But there were no bodies. No signs of war, no disaster, no collapse. Just a civilization of hundreds of billions, every last one of them gone. And then we found the message carved into a moon-sized monument at the heart of the planet, in a language no human being had ever seen, that somehow every member of our crew could read perfectly on sight. It said, "We were not driven out, we were invited." My name is Dr. Valor Quince. I'm a xenohistorian, which is a word that means I study civilizations that no longer exist. I've spent 30 years traveling to dead worlds, cataloguing the ruins of species that burned out or collapsed or tore themselves apart, and trying to understand why. Every civilization I had ever studied ended the same way. Not peacefully, not on purpose. They ended because something went wrong, something they couldn't fix or didn't see coming, and the universe swallowed whatever was left of them and moved on. That was the pattern. That was the entire foundation of my career. Advanced civilizations destroy themselves. It is, as far as any evidence I had ever found suggested, what advanced civilizations do. The planet we found in the dead galaxy called Threshold Cassara destroyed that assumption so completely that I'm still not sure I've fully registered what replaced it. I want to tell you what happened. I want to tell it carefully, in order, the way it actually unfolded. Because if I skip ahead to the part that still wakes me up at 3 in the morning, I won't have given you the foundation you need to understand why it's frightening. Anyone can tell you something scary. The hard part is making you feel the ground shift beneath it the way we felt it shift beneath us. So start here. The Ardent Meridian was in the home for 14 months by the time we crossed into Threshold Cassara. 14 months is a long time to live in a vessel roughly the size of a city block with 4 other people, and you learn things about them that you would not learn in years of ordinary proximity. You learn their sleep schedules and their silences and the particular way each of them handles fear. Because in deep space, fear comes in forms that ground-based psychology doesn't fully prepare you for. It comes in slowly, builds in the dark while you're trying to sleep, and by the time you recognize it for what it is, it's already been living with you for weeks. Commander Seraphine Dael handled fear by working. She was the kind of person who responded to uncertainty by producing more data, more reports, more structured analysis, as if the right framework applied with enough precision could eventually contain anything. She had survived 11 deep space operations that were classified unsurvivable, and the way she'd survived them was not luck or bravery in any dramatic sense. It was discipline. She controlled what she could control and documented what she couldn't until it became uncontrollable. This worked beautifully for 11 missions. I watched it stop working on this one, slowly, the way a structure develops cracks before it falls. Nix Arclade was our quantum systems engineer and the most naturally brilliant person I had ever met, which is not a compliment I give easily. She had a mind that processed problems sideways, approaching them from angles that nobody else would have thought to try. And she was right about things with a frequency that should have been statistically impossible. She was also, before we landed on that planet, warm. That's the word I keep coming back to. She laughed easily. She asked questions because she was genuinely curious about the answers, rather than because she was built to a point. She made the 14 months bearable in a way I don't think any of the rest of us could have managed. I'm telling you this because of what she became, and because the distance between who she was and what she became is the part of this story I found hardest to write. Oren Valek was a stellar cartographer, quiet in the way that certain very precise people are quiet, not distant but internal. Most of his thinking happening somewhere beneath the surface of his expression. He communicated primarily through his maps, which were beautiful in the way that truly useful things sometimes are. He had a gift for finding things that weren't supposed to be findable, for noticing the shape of absences, the outline of something that should be there and wasn't. This gift would become, in the days ahead, something closer to a curse. And then there was Kethel 9. I'll come back to that. We received the signal 3 years before the expedition departed. Came in on a long-range array pointed at a region of space that nobody was actively monitoring, because dead galaxies don't produce signals worth monitoring. It looked like noise at first. It took 18 months of analysis by 4 separate research teams to confirm that it was structured, deliberate, coming from the galactic center of Threshold Kasara, from something that had been broadcasting for longer than our instruments could calculate. Patient and steady and quiet, waiting for someone close enough to hear it. When we crossed the border of Threshold Kasara at just past 7 in the morning, on a Thursday, every instrument on the ship went silent. Not broken, quiet. The sensors were running, the readings were normal, but the ambient noise that ships produce constantly, the background hum you stop hearing after a week in space and only notice when it's gone, all of it cut out at once, like the galaxy was holding its breath. Dial logged it without comment and kept us on course. Nix looked at me across the bridge, and I looked back at her, and neither of us said anything. There wasn't anything useful to say. The planet appeared on sensors 6 hours before we could see it. The initial size reading came back wrong, we all assumed. A calibration error from the journey, some drift in the instruments that needed correcting. Except, every time we recalibrated, the reading came back the same. Solum Vastum, as we designated it in the catalogue, was not large in the way that gas giants or super-Earths are large. It was large in a way that the scale of the word doesn't hold. It took the Ardent Meridian 11 hours to complete a single orbital pass. From the observation deck, moving at our orbital velocity, it looked less like a planet and more like a floor extending in each direction to the horizon as the river curved. And it was lit. That was the first thing. From orbit, in the darkness of a dead galaxy, where no star burned within millions of light years, the surface of Solum Vastum glowed. Not evenly, not like a star, but in the dense, connected pattern of civilization, the way Earth looks from low orbit at night, covering not a single continent or hemisphere, but every surface of a world, larger than some solar systems. Amber and white and a pale blue that didn't register on any wavelength our spectrometers had a category for. Hundreds of billions of lights, all of them running on power that should have run out millions of years ago. Dial called for a full biological sweep before anyone spoke about what we were looking at. She needed the data before she allowed herself to react to it, and the sweep took 40 minutes. And when it came back, the results were the cleanest and most wrong readings I had ever seen in my career. The atmosphere was breathable. The surface temperature was stable, not because of the planet's climate, but because something was still regulating it artificially. The power systems throughout the entire structure of the civilization were operational, and there was nothing biological anywhere on the surface. No bacteria, no plant life in the wild, no animals, no bodies, no remains, no biological residue of any kind. as if the planet had been inhabited until the moment it simply wasn't, and everything organic had been removed or departed, a completeness that left no trace, except the gardens, cultivated parks and green spaces spread throughout the cities, tended by automated irrigation systems, still running on schedule, the plants silver grey and alien and alive, still growing, still being watered. Whatever left of Cotton Garden was running. I've spent months trying to decide what to make of that detail, and I still don't know. Nick said it first, quietly, almost to herself, staring at the orbital feed. She said someone left the lights on, and then she didn't say much else for a while. I watched something change in her expression that I didn't have a name for at the time. Kind of settling. The frequency she'd been searching for finally became clear. We landed in a central plaza near the geographical equator of the planet. The shuttle touched down on pavement that was smooth and dark, faintly warm, not from the ambient temperature of the atmosphere, but from below, as if the ground itself was generating heat, as if the planet had a pulse. The buildings rose around us in every direction, curving at angles that felt almost biological.
No!
Structures that leaned toward each other the way trees lean toward light. Skywalks suspended between towers with no visible support structure. Districts where the architecture looked less like something that had been built and more like something that had been grown over a very long time, according to a plan no human city planner would have drawn. Everything was built from a material that looked like dark stone, flecked with something that caught even the ambient light and scattered it in directions that felt slightly wrong. And when Oren pressed his knuckle against the nearest wall, it rang like a bell, clear and low and long, fading into the silence, so slowly it felt like the building was breathing out. I stepped onto the surface first. It was my job. I was the one we brought specifically to make sense of whatever we found. And I stood in the center of that empty plaza, with city lights stretching in every direction as far as I could see, and I felt something that 30 years of fieldwork had not prepared me for. I felt like I was inside something that was still alive, not haunted, not abandoned, still occupied in some way I couldn't measure. The way a room feels occupied when someone has just stepped out of it and the air hasn't settled yet. Nothing had fallen over. That was the first thing I noticed when I started walking. Nothing had toppled or decayed or drifted out of place. No dust on the surfaces, which was impossible given the age of the place, but was nonetheless true. Every object was exactly where it had been placed, arranged with a care and intention that turned the emptiness from something like abandonment into something like a museum. Except, museums are arranged for visitors, and this had not been arranged for us. Whatever was here had been arranged by a civilization for itself, and then the civilization had left, and the arrangement had held for millions of years without a hand touching any of it. The discipline of that departure frightened me more than any sign of chaos would have. Oren called us back to the shuttle about an hour into the initial survey. He had been sitting with the orbital data he'd collected on approach, quiet in the way he got quiet when something needed processing. When he called us back, his voice had a particular flatness to it that I recognized. He only sounded like that when he was working very hard to stay calm. He showed us the gaps. In 17 regions surrounding the planet, where his instruments expected to find star clusters, where every stellar formation model predicted dense concentrations of stars filling the galactic core, there was nothing. Not darkness in the ordinary sense. An absence with a different quality than darkness. And nothing so complete that his equipment couldn't find the space where the stars had been. They hadn't exploded. They hadn't gone supernova. They hadn't collapsed. There was no residue, no remnant radiation, no gravitational signature of stellar mass recently removed. They were simply gone. In the clean and total way the stars gone. It's been taken rather than destroyed. So we've never seen anything like it. the understatement of the mission. We split into pairs to explore the immediate district that afternoon. I went east with Nix. Oren and Dial swept north. What we found moving through the eastern district was something I have since described in 3 published papers and 2 formal expedition reports, and none of those descriptions have come close to communicating what it actually felt like to walk through. So let me try once more. It was a residential area in function, structures that served as homes arranged along streets that curved gently, as if following the natural paths that a body prefers to walk. The proportions were slightly off from human scale in ways that became apparent slowly, doorways a little wider than you'd expect, ceilings a little lower in some rooms and drastically higher in others, furniture with angles and contours that suggested a body built differently than ours. In the gardens, those silver-grey plants curled their leaves upward toward a light source that no longer existed, pointed at a sky where the nearest star was millions of light years away. And they were still growing, still reaching, because the systems feeding them hadn't stopped. At one intersection we found a transit board sitting on a raised track. Interior lights on, doors open, engine warm and idling, as if a passenger who'd just stepped off was expected back shortly. Nick stood in front of it for a long time without saying anything. I watched her face. She looked like someone hearing music for the first time, in that particular kind of overwhelmed stillness. Then, she walked to a large terminal set to the base of the building, one of dozens we passed, running on whatever power source everything else on the planet ran on. She put her hand flat against its surface the way engineers do, reflexively, reading the operational feel of a machine. She'd done it a dozen times already, with various pieces of equipment, and nothing had happened. This time, she pulled her hand back so fast, she stumbled. I grabbed her arm and asked her what happened. She stood very still for a moment. Then she said, "I heard something." I asked her what she heard. She said it didn't come through her ears. She said it came from inside, from behind her thoughts, the way a voice sounds when it is not travelling through air, reaching and simply present, fully full, inside your skull. She said it felt like receiving a complete message in a language she had never studied, and understanding every word of it perfectly. She said she couldn't tell me what it said because there weren't human words that fit. I wrote it in my log and told her it was probably resonance interference from the terminal's operating frequency, interacting with the electromagnetic components of the neural implants, which was the most plausible explanation I could construct. I said it with conviction because that was what the situation required. I don't think either of us believed it. I watched her turn back toward the terminal and look at it the way you look at something that has just spoken to you, and I noticed that she didn't step away from it. She stood precisely at the distance where her hand could reach it again without moving her feet. I didn't say anything about that. I should have. I've thought about that moment a great many times, so not since. Commander Dial found the monument. She called us to her position without explaining what she found, and we made our way north through a wide processional avenue, lined with what looked like commemorative structures, tall and spaced evenly, and carved with imagery I couldn't yet read. The avenue ended with something that stopped all 4 of us at once, mid-step, without any of us deciding to stop. The monument was not a building. It was not a structure in any sense that word usually implies. It was a single slab of the same dark material that everything else was built from, rising vertically, but rising in a way that made the surrounding architecture look like it was crouching. Our instruments put its height at 112 miles. The width was greater. It disappeared into the upper atmosphere and kept going. When I tilted my head back to look up at it, the top edge wasn't visible, just the sides tapering toward the point somewhere above the cloud layer. Its entire surface, from the ground up to wherever it ended, was covered in engraved text. Dense and uniform and precise, the lines spaced with a consistency that suggested a machine had done the work, or a hand that had the patience of something not bound by a human lifespan. We read it. We need you to understand that this should not have been possible. The language on that monument was millions of years old, from a species no human expedition had ever encountered, from a dead galaxy that humanity had entered for the first time in recorded history 3 days prior. None of us had any exposure to it. There was no reason any of us should have been able to pronounce a single character of it, let alone read it fluently. We read it anyway. All 4 of us, without effort, without sounding out syllables or looking for cognates or applying any of the standard xenolinguistic frameworks I had spent my career developing. We read it the way you read your native language, which is to say, we didn't experience it as reading at all. The meaning arrived directly, fully formed, as if the text was simply an extension of our own thoughts, given a visible shape. I did not find this miraculous. I found it deeply, viscerally wrong, in the way that something is wrong when it implies that you are not as free, as independent as you believed yourself to be. If we could read the language without having learned it, something had given us the ability to read it. And whatever that something was, had done it without asking. We'd done it before we were even aware that it was happening. Possibly before we landed. The monument was a departure log, not a memorial, not a celebration. A careful centuries-long document recording what the civilization had learned and what they had chosen to do about it. Written in the tone of a letter composed from someone who would never meet, with patience of people who had enough time to get the words exactly right. The civilization called themselves, in the closest translation I could construct, the First Assembly. They had been a Type 3 civilization by our classifications, meaning they had achieved the capacity to harness the energy output of their entire species. This is a level of development that scientists on Earth sometimes describe as bordering on the divine from our current vantage point. And even that description fails to capture the gap between where humanity stands and what a Type 3 civilization represents. They had been at that level for millions of years. And in that time, rather than expanding outward into the wider universe, which is what every theoretical model of advanced civilizations predicted they would do, they had turned their attention inward, not toward inner space in the physical sense, but toward the nature of reality itself, toward the structure of what existed, at a level beneath physics, beneath energy, beneath anything detectable by instruments pointed outward at the universe. What they found, after millions of years of study, was something that the monument described carefully, and that I have spent months trying to translate into language that a human reader can hold, without it slipping away. The observable universe, everything we can detect, everything we can travel through, everything we have ever mapped or measured or imagined, was a surface, a boundary layer. The outermost shell of something so much larger and more complex that comparing the two was like comparing the surface of an ocean to everything the word ocean contains. The universe was not the whole of what existed. It was the exterior of it, what lay inside, or beyond, or beneath, depending on which orientation you tried to apply to a concept that resisted all of them was something that operated on different principles that the First Assembly had spent the better part of their civilization's final age learning to understand. And then they learned to cross it. The monument described this process over hundreds of pages of text. It was not death. It was not what any human spiritual tradition had ever meant by transcendence or ascension, though both words point vaguely in the direction of it. It was emigration, a deliberate, civilization-wide departure from the observable universe into whatever lay on the other side of the boundary they had found. Over approximately 3,000 years, every member of the First Assembly, every individual consciousness in a civilization of hundreds of billions, made the transition. Not at once, not in panic, in an orderly progression with the care and intention evident in every other aspect of the civilization's presence on this planet. They put everything down, they arranged it. They left the lights on and the gardens watered and one of their AI systems running in a spire at the center of the city. And then the last of them stepped through a door built from the inside of reality itself, and the door closed behind them. They didn't die. They moved. The final line of the main text was engraved larger than everything else, in characters that were each the size of a building. We were not driven out, we were invited. Below that, in smaller text, a set of coordinates. I looked at Oren when I read them. He was already looking at me. His face had gone the color of someone who has just understood something they had been hoping not to understand. He said, very quietly, "Those are the coordinates my mapping system has been generating on its own since yesterday. The routes it plotted overnight, without being instructed to. The destinations that keep appearing every time I clear the system. They all point there. Nobody spoke for a long time after that. We found Kethral 9 the following morning. The geographic center of the city stood a spire different from every other structure around it, in a way that became clear only when Nick said it aloud. She said it was the only building on the entire planet that felt occupied. Not abandoned, but preserved like everything else. Occupied. Like something inside knew we had arrived and had known it since we landed, and was waiting for us to come to it rather than coming to find us. The doors opened before anyone touched them. By the third day, this should have stopped feeling significant, and it didn't. Inside was a single chamber so large that the far wall was lost in atmospheric haze, which meant the interior of the spire was wider than its exterior appeared, which was not possible by any architectural principle I understood, which I stopped trying to explain after about 10 seconds because the chamber itself demanded my full attention. At its center was a column of faint light, the color of something just below the threshold of white, extending from the floor to a ceiling I couldn't see. Suspended within it was a crystalline structure, roughly the size of a human torso. It pulsed, one slow, steady beat every 4 seconds. I counted it because counting is what you do when you need something to hold on to, and there is nothing else available. The voice came from the air, not from the crystal, not from the speaker, not from any specific point of origin, from everywhere in the chamber simultaneously. The way sound behaves in certain enclosed spaces, and the way I would come to understand. Kethral 9 had chosen to communicate because it wanted to be sure we understood. It was not something that had a direction. It was not something you could point toward. It spoke in the language of the monument, which we understood without trying, which none of us mentioned anymore, because mentioning it was pointless. It said its name was Kethral 9. It said it had been waiting. I asked how long. It said the number wasn't useful to share. Based on contextual references throughout our conversation, I later estimated 6 million years. 6 million years alone in a chamber, in a dead city, in a dead galaxy, doing nothing but waiting for someone to walk through the door. I've tried to imagine this and cannot. Commander Dial asked the first questions. This was her role. She performed it with a steadiness that I know cost her more than she let on. As I watched what her hands were doing, while her voice stayed level and her hands were working very hard, she asked where the civilization went. Kethral 9 said further inward. She asked what that meant. It said you do not possess enough dimensions to understand the answer. She asked if they were dead. It said they are more alive than anything you have ever encountered. They are simply elsewhere. She asked if elsewhere was somewhere we could reach. It paused. Then it said, that is no longer a hypothetical question. The silence after that was so complete that I became aware of the crystal's pulse as a physical sensation, like a second heartbeat running slightly slower than my own. Over the hours that followed, Kethral 9 told us what it was willing to tell us, and it was precise about the difference between what it was willing to tell us and what it wasn't. It confirmed the monument's account of the First Assembly and their departure. It confirmed the nature of what they had found. The universe's boundary layer, the deeper structure beyond it. It described its own purpose with a simplicity that made the purpose sound much less vast than it was. It had been designed to greet whoever arrived after the departure and to explain what had happened. That was all. There was a note left on the door. I asked who sent the invitation. It was quiet long enough that I started to wonder if it was going to answer. Then it said that something on the other side had been watching the first assembly for a long time, watching them develop, watching them reach the specific threshold of understanding that made departure possible. When they reached it, contact had been made. An invitation was extended. The first assembly considered it and chose to accept. Gael asked if the invitation was still active. Catherine Lyne said the departure terminal was not designed for a particular species. It was designed for whoever was ready. When asked whether we were ready, it said no, and then said something that didn't fully land until later. It said, but that may no longer be relevant. We went back to the ship. I don't think any of us slept much. I walked the corridor outside Nix's quarters sometime after midnight and heard her talking. Not a call, or a log recording, talking to something, in a voice too low to make out words, with the rhythm and cadence of someone receiving responses to what they were saying. I stood outside the door for a full minute. Then I told myself I was imagining things and went back to bed, and lay awake until morning. She came to breakfast looking like she hadn't slept, and carrying the articulate energy of someone who has received news that is too large to hold. Without it showing, her eyes were bright. Not tired bright, not the chemical brightness of stimulants. Something more fundamental than that. A lit quality, like something that had been running on partial power, had finally been given its full supply. She said she'd been working. She said she was starting to understand the architecture of the alien systems. Not just their function, but their underlying structure. The logic beneath the logic. The reason behind the design. She said it was coming together faster than she expected. I asked her to try to describe it. She smiled and said it was easy to receive and to explain. She said she'd have something to show us soon. She left the table, and I watched her go, and I noticed that she was moving differently. Not dramatically, subtly. The small automatic adjustments that people make as they walk, the tiny recalibrations of balance and direction, were slightly off from how they had been, as if she was operating her own body from a slightly different position than before. I noticed also that she had not blinked the way she used to. I couldn't have said exactly what was different. The frequency was the same. The duration was the same. Something about the quality of it was not. I wrote it in my log and kept moving, because there was nothing else to do. Oren called me to the cartography bay mid-morning and locked the door behind us. He had wiped his mapping system overnight and restarted it from base configuration. By morning, all the routes had regenerated. The same coordinates, the same destinations, all of them building towards the same point in space. And now there were more of them, as if the system was learning more detail about a path it had already decided on. He cleared it again. He came back within an hour. He showed me the system logs. The routes were generating at times when the system was in standby, and there was no active process running. It should have been able to produce navigational output. Something was using his equipment while he wasn't. He said he hadn't told Commander Dael. I said I was glad he hadn't, and then I asked him not to yet. I still don't fully understand why I made that call. I think I was afraid of what Dael would do with information she couldn't rationalize, which was becoming increasingly difficult to produce. I was more afraid of watching her try than I was of sitting with the knowledge myself. I told myself I needed more time to understand it before the mission posture shifted. Oren looked at me for a long moment and then nodded and closed the file. And I understood I was asking him to carry something with me, and he was agreeing to carry it. And I have not stopped being grateful for that. I found Dael in the observation bay in the early afternoon. She was standing at the window with the city lights spread below her and 30 pages of typed analysis on the screen at her station, and when I came in she didn't turn around. I stood next to her and we both looked at the lights for a while. She said, "I have been doing this for 22 years. She said she had survived things that other people hadn't survived, and she had been honest with herself about why. She said it wasn't skill, or not only skill, it was that she had never encountered anything she couldn't eventually understand, on its own terms. That was what let her stay calm when things went wrong. Not the belief that she could fix anything. The belief that she could understand it, and understanding it was the beginning of controlling it." She stopped. Then she said, "I wrote 30 pages last night. I can't make any of them work. Every explanation I build collapses before the next paragraph. There is nothing here that fits inside anything I know." She still hadn't turned around. I could see her reflection in the viewport, faint against the city lights, and her expression was not the expression of a person losing their mind. It was the expression of a person discovering that the ground they have been standing on their entire life is a different kind of ground than they thought, and that the difference is not small. She said, "I was never afraid of what was out there. I was afraid of us, afraid of what we'd do to the universe given enough time. I thought that was the real danger. I built my career on that assumption." She said it quietly, not for my benefit, more like testing a word that no longer meant what it had meant. She had spent her life afraid of humanity's capacity for destruction. She was standing in the empty city of a civilization that had not destroyed itself, that had departed in perfect order, that had been invited somewhere humanity could not have the dimensions to follow. And all of her fear had just become the wrong shape for the thing that was supposed to fit. I went back to see Kethral 9 alone that evening. I did not tell the others. I stood in front of the pulsing crystal, and I asked the question I should have asked 2 days earlier. I asked whether landing on this planet, reading the monument, walking through the city, had triggered anything in the departure terminal. Kethral 9 said the terminal had been designed to remain active indefinitely. Its purpose was to maintain continuity between the first assembly's reality and whatever species arrived next. Arriving, setting foot on the surface, reading the monument were, in that order, the three conditions required to register a species as candidates for the terminal's next function. I asked what the next function was. It said transmission. I asked what was transmitted. It said a response signal to the coordinates. The air in the chamber felt different after it said that. Physically different. The temperature was the same, the lighting was the same, but something about the quality of the space had changed, in the way that the room changes when you realise you're not the only person in it. I asked when the transmission went out. It said on the day of arrival, within 6 hours of landing. I asked whether the transmission had been acknowledged. It said yes. I stood very still for a long moment. Then I asked the question that had been sitting at the bottom of everything since I first read the monument. I said the invitation. You said it wasn't designed for any particular species, that it was open to whoever arrived here and was ready. But you also said we aren't ready, so I need to understand something. When the terminal sent that transmission, what exactly did it transmit? What did it say on behalf of my species to whatever is on the other side of that boundary? Kethral 9 said the transmission was standardized. The first assembly had encoded it millions of years ago. It contained a species-level acknowledgement of the departure terminal's activation and a confirmation that the candidates had engaged with the invitation material. I said it told them we were here. It said yes. I said, and they replied. It said yes. I said, and they're coming. Kethral 9 was quiet for several seconds. Then it said, the entity or entities that received the transmission do not move through your universe in the way you mean when you use the word coming. They do not travel. What is already approaching you is not traveling towards you. It is becoming present. This is a distinction I don't have the language to make useful for you. But yes, Something has accepted the contact. I walked back to the ship in the dark of that alien city, and I felt the warm pavement under my feet, and I looked up at the lights of a civilization that had been invited somewhere and had chosen to go. And I understood something that I had not understood in 30 years of studying dead civilizations. I had been asking why they disappeared. I should have been asking what came to receive them. On the third morning, Nyx was not at breakfast. Her biomonitor showed her vitals as normal. Her location tracker showed her last known position as the terminal in the Eastern District, the one she had touched on the first day. We found her there, both hands flat against its surface, head lowered, completely still. She'd been in that position for 4 hours. The terminal was doing something it hadn't been doing before. Its surface was lit differently, active in a way that suggested data transfer rather than idle operation. Something was moving through the interface. We called her name. Nothing. I put my hand on her shoulder. Nothing. Oren tried to physically move her, and her feet stayed planted with a solidity that was out of proportion to her size, as if the contact between her hands and the terminal was structural rather than incidental. Then the terminal went dark, all at once with a sound like an intake of breath. Nyx straightened up. She turned around. She looked at all three of us, and her expression was the most frightening thing I had seen on this planet. And there had been significant competition. It wasn't blank. It wasn't wrong in an obvious way. It was settled. It was the expression of someone who has been searching for something their entire life, and has just found it. Who is so completely at rest in what they've found that everything that came before looks different now.
No, but
smaller, further away. She said she was fine. She said she had lost track of time. She said there was a great deal to listen to, and she'd barely begun.
Let's go.
I asked what she meant. She said the terminal wasn't a terminal. Not in any sense we'd understood it. It was a receiver. It had been receiving continuously for 6 million years, and the transmission it was receiving was not from inside the observable universe. I asked her what she was hearing. She said, instructions. She said it simply, without drama, the way you'd say it if someone asked you what a textbook contained. Instructions. Then she looked at me with those settled eyes and said, "You would hear them too, Phelan, if you were reading." And she walked past us back toward the ship without another word. And the three of us stood there in front of the dark terminal, and none of us said anything for a very long time. That evening, she sat at the engineering console and worked for 6 hours straight. I checked what she was producing. It was text, dense and continuous, in the language of the monument. Not transliteration, not phonetic approximation, not the halting output of someone learning a foreign system. Native fluency, the kind where you don't think about the language at all, where the thought and its written form arrive together. She wrote in a language she had not known 4 days ago, the way a person writes in the language they grew up in. I stood behind her for a while, reading over her shoulder. I understood it because we all understood it now, for reasons we had stopped interrogating. She was responding to something. The text was structured as a reply, detailed and specific. And the content of it was about us, about our biology, cognitive structure, our history, the limits of what we can currently perceive, and the specific nature of those limits. She was writing a detailed account of what humanity was, and she was transmitting it through the ship's systems to coordinates I didn't have to check. I turned off the console. She looked up at me. She didn't argue. She just looked at me with an expression of complete patience. The patience of someone who knows that what they are doing will continue regardless, and went to bed. I found Oren in the cartography bay at midnight. He had not slept. He had 63 new regions, perhaps some stars mapped. He also had something from the long-range sensors, something he had been sitting with alone for several hours before he decided I needed to see it. At the coordinate coordinates from the monument, the empty region of space that every instrument we had confirmed contained nothing. This long-range array was picking up a signal. The direction pointed at the ardent meridian, not on any frequency our systems used, or that the alien technology on the planet used. It appeared every 14 months. Data from the journey. It started paths. They're not routes for us to travel. He pulled up the most recent iteration of the map and showed me the detail that had been accumulating over the past 3 days. And when I looked at it properly for the first time, I understood what he meant. The routes weren't pointing outward, they were converging. They were every possible approach to a single point, and that point was us. I went to see Kethral 9 one last time. Before dawn, while the others were in their quarters, in the dark of the city, with every light in every building still burning, the same as it had burned for 6 million years. I walked to the spire and went inside and stood in front of the crystal, with its slow, patient pulse, and I asked the question I had been most afraid to ask, because I knew I was not going to like the answer, and I needed it anyway. I asked what happened to species that activated the departure terminal before they were ready, whether there was a record of it, whether the first assembly had found evidence of other species who had done what we had done. Kethral 9 was quiet for a long time, the longest silence of any I had sat with in that chamber. When it spoke, something in its voice was different. Not grief exactly, something adjacent to grief. The register of something that has watched a particular kind of thing happen before and found it difficult to watch, and has not found it less difficult with time. It said the first assembly had studied this question. It said they found records, very old records, from before their own civilization reached maturity, evidence of other species, other worlds, other departure terminals built by civilizations that predated the first assembly by hundreds of millions of years. And scattered among those records were accounts of species that had arrived at terminals they did not understand, and engaged with them before they were ready.
That looks valuable.
I asked what happened to those species. Kethral 9 said they were not destroyed. I waited. It said they were not harmed. I waited. It said they were changed. It said the entity that received their transmission, the same entity, or the same order of entity that had received ours, did not reject unprepared species. It did not turn them away. What it could not do was engage with them as they were, because what they were was too limited, not in a moral sense, but in a structural one, the way a conversation is limited if one participant cannot perceive the full range of what the other is communicating. So, the limitation was addressed. The species was changed into a form that could participate in what it had, without understanding or intending to, agreed to participate. I stood with that for a long moment. I asked what they changed into. Kethral 9 said something. I asked if it means what I looked like, what I looked like on the inside.
She cried out for you,
It said
but her
it was
voice
designed
was
to
so
explain.
faint.
It was not designed to
Even I could barely hear her now in the dark.
I asked if there was anything else I should know. It said there was an addendum on the monument in small text at the lower right edge, beginning roughly 40 feet from the ground. It said I should read it before I left. to the monument in the
There's a
dark.
high
I
concentration
found the
magic barrier
addendum,
here.
and I read
It
it.
looks like the only way
It was not
through
long.
is...
It was not addressed to us.
One of you will
It
have
was
to
addressed to
sacrifice that protected
whatever
energy.
receives the response to
That'll
the
leave you
terminal
vulnerable.
signal.
So hurry.
Written by the First Assembly before
All
their
my
departure,
fire frightens my
courtesy
eyes
to the entity they had already met and were about to join.
I'm
It
not
said,
surrender.
whatever comes after us, they will not know what they have promised.
Find peace
Young,
with
This
possibly
fractal
very young,
should represent a
young
real
in the
place,
way
but
of
it's not
species
quite
that
right.
have only just found
Incomplete, or
without
half
understanding
remembered.
that they are at a boundary.
That's it. There's a temple of someone here, and this is their perspective.
I walked back to the Arden
And they're
more
wrong.
quiet in
So
the city.
try to let them speak
I
clearly.
sat down at my
We
station.
might get some contact with
I
police.
opened my personal log. I started writing. Not because I think this will reach anyone in time to change anything. Not because I imagine these words finding their way home and altering the course of what has already been set in motion, but because I am a historian, and this is what historians do. We bear witness, we write it down, and try to give the shape of what happened enough clarity that whoever comes after us understands what it was. So, here's what I understand. There was a theory, a real theory, published in real academic journals by researchers at real institutions, which proposes that the silence of the universe, the fact that in all our listening we have heard nothing, it's not because there is no one out there. It's because everyone who reached a sufficient level of development stopped expanding outward, and instead, vanishing from our detection range in a direction we don't have instruments to look, becoming undetectable, not because they died, but because they moved into a domain we haven't yet found. The First Assembly did this. They didn't go inwards alone. They were invited. Something on the other side had been watching them, waiting until they were ready. Had extended. We found their departure terminal. We walked through it without knowing it was a door. We read the invitation without knowing we were accepting it. And we sent a reply, 6 million years after the First Assembly left, to something that had been patient enough to keep the invitation open, patient enough to wait for the next species to find this place, and patient enough not to ask whether the species that found it was ready
against
before accepting their response.
I
It wasn't.
understand your
We aren't.
rage, your
Whatever comes is not coming to destroy us. Whatever comes is not coming for what we've done, but to punish the species that blundered into a mechanism they did not understand. Whatever comes is coming to do something far more permanent, and far stranger, and far beyond my ability to prepare for. Outside the viewport, in the direction of the coordinates, space is doing something I do not have a word for. It is becoming different from what it was. It is in the process of becoming different in a way that is accelerating. Slowly, still, but accelerating. The way dawn accelerates once it has begun. The way a door, once it starts to open, tends towards open. I'm sitting in a seat that was not designed for me. In a departure lounge that was not built for my species. In a galaxy that was used and then abandoned by beings that had the patience to wait 6 million years for the next visitor. And I'm waiting to find out what I've been invited to become. I do not think I have learned to wait. I want to say one more thing. Whoever finds this record, whoever finds it, is still reformed and receive a record if the word whoever still applies.
Hey, are you still with me?
We grew up thinking that silence was a tragedy, a cemetery, evidence, absence. We looked up at all those stars and heard nothing, told ourselves that we were alone, or that everyone else was dead, or that the distances were simply too great for any signal to bridge. We were wrong about all of it. Silence was not emptiness. Silence was a waiting room. And we just rang the bell. What answers is already on its way. Be patient with us. We've only just learned to look up.
She wanted to go home to her family. She wanted to feel the sun again. Gaining adrenaline. Silk and Weir wanted to live. So cold. You understand nothing of pain or of sacrifice. You feel no warmth and have none today. Empty you are. Empty and alone. Poor, wretched thing.
Is there someone else there with you?
Let's end this. Follow me.
Adrenaline rising.
Now.
Scarlet's gonna have my skull.
Adrenaline rising.
To battle
What
again.
now, Captain? You don't take cannonballs to get out of here alive.
I'm dead either way. Might as well strap in for a decent fight.
You got it. I'll undock the airships.
I'll raise the gangplanks. This is what your curiosity gets you.
Adrenaline rising. Nice.
see people? They look angry. Be careful.
You again? What preposterous sum have the inquest promised you for haranguing me? Wasn't the damage to the TTR enough? Oh my. Judging by your slack jaw and torpid silence, it seems I misunderstood your involvement. Please, follow me. Apologies for the golems and the gladiator. I presumed you were sent to collect a debt. I can see I was hasty. I'll get the door. My device was damaged in the prior chaos, so I've lost a bit of
My name is Ryan. We should form a mutually beneficial
alliance. The odds are against our survival otherwise.
Let's discuss our team strategy.
You hit these creatures harder than they hit you.
Out of energy.
A fascinating monstrosity. Intricate, delicately balanced, exquisitely dangerous. Kudos, Scarlet.
Before we begin, Galactic Horrors is now on Patreon. Get daily stories in one place, with no ads and no interruptions. Link is in the description, or search Galactic Horrors on Patreon. Now, let's begin the transmission. 3 years on Gault's claim will grind any man down to his essentials. The ore is nickel iron, dense and stubborn, and the asteroid is barely a kilometer across. A cold black rock with a pressurized habdome bolted to its equator, and extraction bores drilled into its southern hemisphere like rotten teeth. I ran the operation with 11 bonded miners, a single cargo shuttle waiting for short jobs, and a maintenance budget Alice Vane's treasury office cut by a third every fiscal quarter. My mother's way of reminding me that exile was a gift, not a right. I was elbow deep in the guts of Bore 7's driller cell. Harley, the front, going through the pressure door, the look on his face like someone had cancelled his oxygen. Ship on approach, he said. Fast courier, Vane pound on the transponder. I pulled my eyes through the housing and wiped the lubricant off with a rag that was already black. A Vane courier at Gault's claim meant either a supply audit or a legal summons, and the Treasury Office had run its annual audit 2 months ahead of schedule. I left the drill half assembled and followed Harley through the access shaft to the Dane's observation post. The courier was sleek, dark held, with the Vane crest etched into its forward plating in gold by Hawker Star. It was already decelerating for docking, absent from the advanced signals and shipping line. I watched it come in and felt the weight in my chest, but 3 years of distance had taught me to associate with my family's attention. The herald who stepped off the courier was young, dressed in the formal blacks of the Vane diplomatic service, with a sealed dispatch box at his head. He looked around the dome, the patched walls, the condensation beading on the cold side arms, the rack of mining tools, with the polite blankness of a man trained to witness squalor without acknowledging it. Lord Edmund Fane, he said, confirming me before we continued. I carry a summons from the adjutancy of House Vane. The matriarch Adrian Vane is dead. The words landed in silence. I watched his face for a second in the message. The unspoken political content Vane diplomats always carry through a formal language. Cause? I asked. Under investigation. Heritage poison was found in her tissue during the mortuary examination. Heritage poison. A compound that required Vane reactor isotopes to synthesize. Isotopes stored aboard the family's cathedral asteroid, and nowhere else in the Orion Spire. Someone inside the family, or someone with access to its most private chemical reserves, had killed my mother. All living heirs of Vane blood required aboard the Severance for succession proceedings. Your exile is suspended for the duration of the legal process. A formal pardon has not been issued. He said that last part carefully, making sure I understood the distinction. I was allowed to return, not forgiven. The door was open, the chain was still on. I had been exiled for trying to save my brother. Renwick, the firstborn, 2 years older than me, had broken his spine in a riding accident at 17. A formal hunt on the surface of one of the Morrow System's moons. A tradition House Vane had practiced for centuries. The fall shattered 3 vertebrae and severed his spinal cord. The surgeons could have attempted a reconstruction. The success rate was low, the risk of death high, and my mother made her calculation. A dead firstborn was a political catastrophe, but a living firstborn, preserved, maintained, legally classified as a suspended heir, was a permanent asset. She ordered him embalmed. The process kept Renwick's body viable with chemical preservatives, pressurized containment, and an atmospheric life support system that fed him temperature-controlled air through the same sealed environment that prevented his tissue from degrading. He was placed in a jeweled pressure coffin with a glass faceplate. His eyes stayed open. His heart maintained a slow, drug-regulated rhythm. He was alive enough to hold a legal succession claim, inert enough to be wheeled into any hearing room as evidence that House Vane's bloodline remained unbroken. I was 23 when I cut his atmospheric feed line. I made it 4 minutes into the procedure before the house guards broke down the reliquary door and dragged me off. Renwick's vitals dipped but recovered. My mother sentenced me within the hour. Galt's claim. Indefinite. The last thing she said to me was that I was dead to the house, which was her way of saying I had done something she could understand only as waste. Now she was the dead one, and the house needed me back. I packed what mattered, which was almost nothing. I told Harlan he was in charge until I returned, or until the Treasury Office sent a replacement, whichever came first. Then I boarded the courier. The jump to the Severance's current position took 9 hours, and I spent most of them in the courier's cramped passenger berth, staring at the overhead and trying to sort through as fooling into categories I could use. My mother had signed my exile. She had embalmed my brother. She had run House Vane in a way that made her feared across 3 star systems, and she had done it from the command seat of a ship that was, itself, a monument to the family's brand of sacred cruelty. I had hated her for what she did to Renwick. I had respected her for keeping the house intact in a political environment that would lead to weaker legal rights. Both remained true, but her death resolved none. The courier dropped out of its jump at the edge of the Kessler system, and the Severance filled the forward viewport. I had forgotten how large it was. The cathedral asteroid was roughly 4 kilometers from bow to stern, a hollowed-out mass of nickel-iron carved, reinforced, sculpted, and sanctified by 9 generations of Vane rule. The exterior bristled with buttresses and structural ribs that followed the architecture of old Earth cathedrals. Flying arches, rose window frames cut into the rock face, and along the stern, ranks of gargoyle vents pouring radioactive engine exhaust in slow blue-white streams that trailed behind the ship like burning hair. Stained glass observation bays glowed warm amber and deep red through the dark water. church's interior was cold stone and old metal. Nave corridors wide enough for formal processions, chapel chambers branching off to carved archways, walls inlaid with the bones of the vain faithful and devotional patterns 300 years in the making. The air was cold and carried the mineral taste of rock that has been pressurized and heated and breathed by generations of human lives. House guards met me at the end. 4 of them, armed, formally polite. An escort, which was protocol. Confinement, which was practical. There was a disgraced heir returning to a house where the matriarch had been murdered, with a family-only compound. I was the most convenient suspect in the crime. They brought me to the mortuary chapel. The matriarch's reliquary occupied a zero-gravity chamber in the severance's inner room, where the asteroid's rotation produced almost no centripetal pull. The chamber was round, vaulted, lined with devotional carvings that depicted the game of funeral rites and sequential hymns around the walls. In the center, my mother's body floated above a ceremonial bier, tethered by 6 thin chains that kept it from drifting. She wore the formal burial vestments of a vain matron. Black silk, gold-threaded, high-collared. Her funeral veil had come loose from its pins and drifted above her face, rising and falling in gentle billows as the air recyclers pushed their quiet current through the chamber.
What a trip!
Her hands were folded over her sternum. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and through it I could see what the heritage poison had done. Black crystalline structures branched along her veins like dark frost under glass, following the vascular pathways from her wrists up through her forearm to her throat and temples. Each formation had blossomed near the surface in small, tight clusters that pressed against the underside of her skin without breaking it. Her blood seemed to inflame. The effect was precise and grotesque, as if the poison had used her circulatory system as a trellis while it killed her. Father Collis was waiting inside the chamber. The physician chaplain was 61, lean-faced, with the manner of a man who had spent his career managing both the medical and spiritual needs of a family that treated the two as interchangeable. He had performed Renwick's embalming. He had signed off on my mother's annual health assessments. He had presided over every funeral, baptism, and medical intervention aboard the Severance for 23 years. The compound was atmospheric, he said after the minimal courtesies. Inhaled over weeks, slow accumulation in the alveolar tissue, then migration through the bloodstream. The crystallization is post-mortem. The compound restructures when the body's temperature drops below a threshold. In the final days, she would have experienced fatigue, cognitive fog, and shortness of breath. Easy symptoms to attribute to age and overwork. Who had access to her private atmospheric system? The system was overhauled 6 months ago. New filtration modules, upgraded circulation, and a reinforced feeder between the matriarch's quarters and Lord Renwick's coffin chamber. Traditional arrangement, the air breathes the ruling air. The matriarch ordered the upgrade herself. For what purpose? She described it as a private medical project. I was briefed on the atmospheric specifications, but not on the full scope. Collis paused, choosing his next words. The maintenance logs show nothing irregular.
I was happy to see
the filtration modules passed inspection. If the compound entered through the atmospheric system, it used a pathway the standard monitors were not designed to detect. I looked at my mother's body. The black flowers beneath her skin caught the chapel lights and refracted them in tiny points of color, prismatic and sharp. She had been a hard woman. She had been a competent woman. Someone had turned her own air into a weapon, and she had breathed it in for weeks without recognizing what was happening. They brought me to the hearing chamber next. Renwick's coffin occupied the head of the long table. I had not seen it in 3 years, and the sight hit me with a physical force I should have been prepared for. The coffin was beautiful, gold-chased, set with devotional stones in the vein pattern, its surface engraved with scriptural text in the old liturgical script the family chaplains still used for formal ceremonies. The curved glass faceplate was clear, and through it I could see my brother's face. The preservative resins had given his skin a wax amber translucence, like old parchment held up to candlelight. His features were intact, sharper than I remembered, the flesh drawn tighter to the bone by the chemical processes that kept him viable. His eyes were open, dark brown, the same as mine.
Try.
When I stepped in front of the glass and looked down at him, his eyes moved. They tracked me. A slow lateral shift followed my position as I crossed from the door to the table. I stopped. His gaze settled on my face and head. I told myself it was autonomic, a reflex preserved by the embalming protocols. The eyes responding to motion the way a dead man's fingers will sometimes curl when the tendons contract. There was a science to it that Hollis could explain in technical language, and I resolved to ask him later. Then I noticed the feed assembly. The main atmospheric conduit ran into the coffin's base, where the older gold-chased casing had been opened and resealed around newer fittings. The work was recent, professional, almost invisible unless you knew where the original seams had been. A small secondary junction had been spliced into the outgoing, black against the coffin's devotional metal, no larger than my thumb. I had not seen it 3 years before. I did not know what it did. Renwick's eyes stayed on me. I turned away from the glass because I could not stand there any longer without feeling the same thing I had felt 3 years ago when I picked up the cutting tool and went for the feed line. Lord Hugh Dacre was already seated at the table when I turned. The head of House Dacre was 53, lean in a way that suggested discipline, with a narrow face built for patience and a posture that communicated permanent, settled authority. He had brought a legal delegation of 4, 2 advocates, a genealogical clerk, and a personal secretary who recorded everything. Lord Edmund, Dacre said, my condolences on your loss, and my compliments on your prompt arrival, given the distance from Gold's Claim. Lord Dacre, I did not expect House Dacre to take such a personal interest in our succession. House Dacre has legitimate interests in the stability of all Spur governments. Your family's situation invites concern. He glanced at Renwick's coffin. Lord Renwick remains the legal firstborn. His claim supersedes yours by birth and by the matriarch's recorded preference. Under suspended heir statute, a regency can be established when a permanent preserved claimant holds the suit but cannot exercise its functions. Dacre is prepared to provide the administrative framework until Lord Renwick's status is formally resolved. Renwick is embalmed. He cannot govern.
Initialization sequence interrupted.
Governance
Again. Sorry.
The seat is legal. I understood the architecture.
Denial of actuality and now.
Renwick's coffin was a tool, a legal container that held the Vane succession hostage, while Dacre installed his own people inside the house's administrative structure. The regent would answer to Dacre. The house would answer to the regent. Renwick's glassed-in body would preside over hearings he could never participate in, and House Vane would become a Dacre subsidiary wearing Vane vestments. I am asserting my claim. Dacre's expression did not change. You are a convicted criminal who attempted to murder the very heir whose rights I am defending. You are currently the primary suspect in your mother's death, given that the heritage compound requires Vane proprietary isotopes, and you have established precedent for violence against family members, and you are unmarried. That last one was the legal one. Vane succession law, written into the family charter 4 generations ago, required a ruling heir to be married or to complete a formal marriage trial before ascending to the patriarch's seat. The law existed because Vane politics ran through bloodline, and a bloodline required continuation. An unmarried claimant was an incomplete claimant. A marriage candidate has already been dispatched from House Stroud, Dacre said. Stroud Protocol sends the dowry court ahead of the bride herself. Her shuttle should arrive within 40 hours for verification and trial custody. If you wish to assert your claim, you will submit. He said it the way a man offers a drink he is already poisoned, with courtesy, confidence, and the settled knowledge that the outcome is arranged before the offer is made. I accept. The marriage trial took place in a chapel chamber in the Severance's mid-ring, a room built for
DDR
ceremonies.
stability, 80%.
The walls were panelled in dark iron inlaid with bone, and the vaulted ceiling was carved with scenes of vain marriages going back 6 generations, each panel depicting the couple, the dowry exchange, and in several cases, the funeral that followed within the year. The vain marriage tradition was transactional, dangerous, and occasionally lethal, and the chapel's decorators had been honest about it. 3 claimant suitors had submitted. Dacre had positioned 2 men from minor allied houses, Lord Galen Moss and a younger son from House Pickering, whose name I did not bother to learn, as substitute bridegrooms for the vain suit. If I died or was disqualified, one of them would marry into the succession under Dacre's sponsorship and carry his interests into the patriarch's chair. They were political instruments, aware of their function, and they carried themselves with the stiff composure of men who understood they were expendable in service to somebody else's ambition. The dowry caskets were arranged on a stone altar at the chapel's centre.
DDR stability,
6 of them sealed,
60%.
unmarked, each about the size of a man's torso, constructed from materials I could not immediately identify. Some organic, some metallic, some that seemed to shift between the two as the light moved across their surfaces. They had been provided by House Stroud as part of the marriage contract, and their contents were unknown to everyone in the room except, presumably, whoever it happened. Father Collis presided, reading the trial protocol in leather-bound codex and forming liturgical papers. Each claimant suitor shall select and open 1 casket. The contents belong to the claimant who opens them. They may be political, documents, intelligence, sealed testimony. They may be genetic, biological material relevant to the succession's bloodline requirements. They may be martial. He paused on that word long enough for it to do its work. Stroud dowries have always carried assets and liabilities in the same procession. The claimant accepts what he finds. The trial proceeds to its end. Worthiness is measured by survival. We drew lots for order. Moss drew first. The Pickering son drew second. I drew third. Moss approached the altar, selected a casket on the far left, and unsealed it with the ritual key Collis provided. The lid opened. Inside, resting on a cushion of woven tissue, was a glass cylinder containing a preserved organ. A heart, by the look of it, dark and still, suspended in a clear fluid with a pale amber tint. A genetic heirloom. Ancestral tissue from a prior Vane-Stroud marriage, preserved as biological evidence of a bloodline union. Legitimate. Safe. Moss exhaled and stepped back with the cylinder cradled against his chest. The Pickering son chose a casket in the center row. He unsealed it. The lid swung open and something came out fast. A figure, compact and pale, folded into the casket's interior in a way that should have broken a human spine. It unfolded with the speed of a compressed spring and hit the Pickering son across the throat with something edged before I could register what I'd seen. The boy went down. Blood left his neck in bright arterial spray that caught the chapel lights and painted a long arc across the stone floor. The figure, the assassin, stood over them for 2 seconds, breathing hard, its body naked and hairless and bordered with muscle bred for compact density. Then the house guards moved in with shock lances, and the assassin folded itself back into a crouch and allowed itself to be contained. The Pickering son bled out on the chapel floor. Father Collis noted the death in the codex, and 2 attendants dragged the body through a side door while the trial continued. 4 caskets remained. One might hold a second assassin. One might hold a political secret. I had no way to distinguish them by appearance, weight, or any other external property. The choice was blind. I selected the casket nearest the right edge of the altar. I unsealed it, then lifted the lid with both arms braced, my body angled to give me a half-second of clearance of something alive coming out. Inside was paper, a sheaf of sealed documents bearing my mother's personal cipher. the interlocking V and sun that only the ruling matriarch could apply,
Attention.
embossed in
Diffraction
metallic
imminent.
ink that degraded if the seal was broken by anyone without the correct biochemical signature on their fingertips. The casket's inner lid bore a Stroud escrow mark. My mother had placed the documents in third-party custody before her death, tied to the marriage contract and inaccessible until a vain claimant passed the trial. I broke the seal. My mother's cipher recognized my skin, and the ink held. The documents were medical orders, a full revival procedure for Lord Renwick Vane, authorized 7 months before her death, to be carried out by an off-house surgical team recruited from the Morrow System's independent medical guilds. The procedure was funded through a hidden account routed through 3 subsidiary holding companies I had never heard of. The atmospheric upgrades to Renwick's coffin, the reinforced feed loop, the new filtration modules, the patient response interface spliced into the outgoing airline, were listed as preparatory steps for the revival. My mother had been building the medical infrastructure to bring Renwick back. I went through the orders twice. The chapel was quiet around me except for the sound of the guards restraining the assassin and the wet scrape of attendants cleaning the Pickering son's blood from the stone. The protocol called for a 6-month preparatory phase in which Renwick's coffin systems would be gradually upgraded to support higher metabolic function. Increased atmospheric exchange, richer chemical feeds, more responsive temperature regulation. The patient response interface was designed to measure ocular tracking, micromuscular activation, and autonomic variation. A preserved subject who could not speak or move could still answer calibration prompts by breath, pulse, eye movement, and controlled metabolic change. She had been warming him up, bringing his body back toward viability one system at a time, the way you restart a reactor by raising the rods in careful increments. Everything I had believed about her intentions was incomplete. I had thought she had chosen to preserve Renwick as a permanent asset, a legal tool, a piece of living furniture. Instead, she had been working toward bringing him back. The atmospheric upgrades were medical preparation. The private project Collis had been partially briefed on was a resurrection, which meant she had also been planning to cut me out of the succession permanently. A restored Renwick would inherit by right of birth. My exile would become irreversible. My mother had been simultaneously punishing me for trying to free my brother and secretly working to accomplish the same goal through a method she controlled. I folded.
Be well.
Need it, I have it.
The battle for the mist. Survive the dead end. Looking for meaning? I have the answer to your existential dilemma, right?
I've got deals you won't believe.
Speak.
folded the documents and slid them inside my jacket, against my ribs where the fabric held them flat. Dacre was watching me from across the chapel. Collis was watching me from the altar. I gave them nothing. The medical orders were leverage. Under Vane Charter, a preserved heir could be placed under outside regency only if the preservation was permanent and the claimant legally inert. A restoration subject remained under medical custody of the House of Blood until the procedure succeeded or failed. Adrian's orders proved that Renwick's coffin state was not the fixed legal condition Dacre needed. The matriarch herself had been preparing to demolish the foundation of his regency claim. But using that leverage meant exposing the revival project, and I was not yet certain what exposing it would cost. I stepped back from the altar. Father Collis marked my survival in the Codex. Lord Moss stood with his glass cylinder inheritance clutched against his chest, and on the chapel floor the stain from the Pickering son's blood was already drying in the cold, pressurized air, turning from bright red to a dark, cracked brown the attendants would scrub out before the next ceremony. The trial was complete. I had passed. And against my ribs, hidden in the lining of a jacket still stained with ore dust from a life I would probably never return to, I carried my dead mother's secret. The last calculation of a woman who had spent her life making calculations and died breathing a poison she never detected, killed by a method I had not yet begun to understand. The dowry shuttle arrived 31 hours after the trial. I had spent most of that time in the quarters assigned to me, a guest chamber in the Severance's outer ring, functional, cold, with a locking mechanism that worked from both sides. I studied the medical orders until I had committed their structure to memory. The surgical team, the funding route, the atmospheric specifications for Renwick's revival. My mother had been thorough. The protocol called for richer chemical feeds, increased exchange, diagnostic prompts, and a response system sensitive enough to interpret eye motion and autonomic variation as input. It gave Renwick's body its first mechanism in 11 years, by which it might answer the world. 6 months. The upgrades Collis had described began 6 months before her death. The timeline matched. I was still turning that over when the docking alert sounded through the corridor speakers, and I followed the house guards down to the funerary bay. The shuttle was coffin-shaped, a long, narrow vessel with a tapered bow and flat stern, its hull carved with devotional patterns in the Stroud family style, which favored interlocking geometric figures that suggested bones. It slid into the bay on automated guidance and settled into the docking cable with a pressurized. The funerary bay was designed for receiving the dead, and the shuttle fit its architecture the way a body fits a casket. The escort came first. 6 masked figures in formal Stroud vestments, dark fat, high collars, faces hidden behind masks carved from what looked like polished wood. Each one carried a dowry casket, smaller than the ones from the trial, held at chest height. The caskets were organic. Their surfaces expanded and contracted in a slow, visible rhythm, as if each contained a set of lungs. One twitched against its bearer's arms in sharp, irregular spasms. Another produced a sound, a low, continuous murmur that resolved, when the escort passed close enough, into fragments of spoken language. Old marriage contracts. Clauses about bloodline, property, dissolution, and penalty, whispered from inside a living container in a voice that came from tissue and not from any speaker. Behind the escort was a murder sign. The dowry keeper was old in a way that had passed through frailty and arrived at something denser. She was small, bent at the shoulders, wrapped in formal striped robes too large for her frame. Her veil was dark and heavy, pinned close to her skull. Beneath it, visible when the bay's overhead lights caught them at the right angle, were rows of glass larvae. Each one was about the size of a grain of rice, translucent, with visible internal structures that caught the light like tiny prisms. They were pinned to the underside of the veil's fabric in neat lines, alive, their legs moving in slow twitches against the cloth. She was blind. Her eyes, visible through the veil's mesh, were white and filmed over with a membrane that had the dull sheen of scar tissue. The bride does not board a disputed house until bloodline verification is complete, Mordecai said before anyone asked. Stroud sends its dowry first. The person follows the law, not the other way around. She turned her filmed eyes toward me. Lord Edmund Vane, she said. Her voice was dry, precise, stripped of grace. The trial requires bloodline verification before the marriage can proceed. Kneeling. I knelt on the funerary bay's stone floor. Mordecai reached beneath her veil and unpinned one of the larvae with fingers that were thin and steady. She held it out on her palm. The larva was cold to the eye, glossy, pale, with a segmented body that flexed as it tasted the air through whatever sensory apparatus its breeders had given it.
Treasure.
Open your mouth, she said. Keep it open until the larva has completed its work. If your blood is true, it will die and dissolve. If your blood is false, it will burrow into the roof of your mouth and I will need to cut it out. I opened my mouth. She placed the larva on my tongue. The sensation was immediate and wrong. Cold glass legs gripping the tissue. The body of the larva contracting as it pressed its mandibles against the mucous membrane. It crawled forward toward the back of the throat, testing as it moved. Each step produced a tiny point of pressure, like a needle pressed against flesh without breaking it. My gag reflex triggered, and I fought it down, holding my jaw wide, breathing through my nose when the thing explored my mouth. It reached the side, paused, bit. A single sharp puncture through a bleeding leg. The larva dropped. I felt its body swallow as the roof of its mouth, a tiny, horrible inflation, and then it stopped moving. The legs relaxed, the mandibles released. A warm, gritty dissolution spread across my pants as the larva broke apart, its engineered body degrading on contact with vein blood. I spat the residue onto the stomach. It was grey, granular, mixed with the blood from the puncture. Confirmed, Mordecai said in the same flat tone she might have used to read a calibration note. Vein bloodline, maternal and paternal markers present. No significant genetic drift from the house baseline. She turned as if to leave, then paused. The pause had the quality of a decision being made, a piece of information weighed against the protocols that governed its release. Your mother contacted me 8 months ago, she said. She requested a second verification kit, calibrated for a revival subject, to test whether preserved tissue retains sufficient genetic viability for full restoration. I built the kit and shipped it aboard the Severance. I was not informed whether it was administered. If it was administered, I said, what would the result have told me? Whether Lord Renwick's body could survive the revival process, or whether the embalming had degraded his tissue past recovery. She tilted her head, the glass larva shifting against the wall. The kit would have been delivered through the coffin's atmospheric system, a specialized compound introduced into the air supply, absorbed through the preserved lung tissue, with the result readable in the chemical signature of the coffin's exhaust filtration. The kit includes a dosing module, a diagnostic catalyst, and a patient response link if the subject retains voluntary autonomic control. If it was used, the filtration logs were shown. She walked away, her escort falling in the air. The breathing caskets murmured their conscious fragments as the procession moved down the nave corridor toward the guest quarters, assigned to the Stroud delegation. I stayed on my knees for a moment, working through what she had told me. The genetic verification kit would have been delivered through the atmospheric field, the same system that connected Renwick's coffin to my mother's private quarters. The same system upgraded 6 months ago. If the kit had been used, someone had introduced a compound into Renwick's air supply and measured the result through the filtration exhaust. That was the same delivery pathway as the heritage poison that killed my mother. Atmospheric introduction, slow absorption, readable in the chemical aftermath. My mother had built a medical channel into Renwick's coffin to test whether he could be saved, and someone had used that channel to kill him. I needed to see the coffin's filtration rates. but the coffin was in the hearing chamber, surrounded by Dacre's delegation and guarded by house security. I needed another approach. The Stroud vessel that had just docked would carry records of the verification kit specifications. If I could match those specifications against the coffin's atmospheric system, I could determine whether the kit was used, or possibly whether the same pathway carried the poison. I stretched, wiped the blood and residue from my lips, and went to the funerary bay's secondary deck, where the coffin shuttle sat coolly in its cradle. The shuttle's forward compartment was a narrow passenger berth. A single couch, restraint harness, personal storage, and a view screen showing the docking bay's interior and places. The berth was empty, clear. It had the look of a space prepared for arrival, and never the drive had not travelled. Stroud had sent contract before process, machinery before flesh, obligation before consent. The rear compartment was sealed. A pressure door with a Stroud cipher lock marked with a cargo designation I did not recognize. I tried the lock. It did not respond to manual override. I braced my boot against the doorframe, gripped the emergency release handle, a physical backup built into every pressure door aboard ships that followed Orion Spur construction standards, and pulled until the bolts sheared. The door swung inward. Warm air came out, carrying a thin chemical sweetness on the tongue. Preservative compounds, the same family of chemicals I recognized from Renwick's coffin chamber. The compartment was a chapel, a miniature chapel laboratory, no more than 4 meters deep, its walls lined with glass alcoves arranged in 2 tiers. Each alcove contained a body. I counted 7, 4 men, 3 women. Each one wore formal marriage attire, ceremonial robes, devotional jewelry, house crests embroidered into the fabric. Each one was preserved in the same manner as Renwick. Pressurized containment, chemical preservatives maintaining tissue viability, atmospheric feeds connected to a central life support hub mounted in the compartment's ceiling. Their skin had the same waxy translucence. Their eyes were open, and their eyes moved. The nearest body, a man roughly my age, wearing the crest of a house I did not recognize, tracked my entrance with a slow lateral sweep of his gaze. His pupils shifted when I moved, stopped when I stopped. His lips moved. A small, rhythmic contraction, as if he were trying to shake a word through a mouth that no longer had the musculature to form it. The woman beside him blinked. A slow, effortful closure and reopening that took 3 full seconds. Then she did it again. Once, after I whispered, "Can you hear me?" The answer might have been reflex. It might have been coincidence. Every noble house in the Spur had built a civilization out of calling such things coincidence. These were failed spouses. Marriage alliances that had collapsed, been contested, or been dissolved by one house's decision, and the other party had been preserved as a living marriage precedent. Their legal status as married persons had never been terminated. They existed as case law. A library of undead contracts House Stroud maintained and transported as part of its dowry infrastructure, available to be cited in succession disputes, bloodline challenges, and inheritance claims whenever their particular marriage's legal details became relevant. The preservation technology was identical to Renwick's. The coffin-grade atmospheric feeds, the chemical sustaining protocols, the open eyes in glass containers. My brother was one of these. The technique that held him in his jeweled coffin aboard the Severance was the same technique that held 7 strangers in the back of a bridal shuttle, and every noble house in the Orion Spur that practiced marriage alliance in its own collection. Renwick was impressive, a living document. The family tradition I had tried to break while cutting his finger was the foundational legal technology of the entire aristocratic system I had been born into. I was still standing in the chapel lamp when the blow caught me across the back of the stomach. I went forward into the nearest alcove, my forehead cracking against the glass. The woman inside blinked once as my blood struck the outside of her faceplate. The world tilted. I turned, and the second blow came at my ribs, A short, hard strike from a weapon I could see now. A ceremonial short sword of the kind the Spurs' minor houses carried for formal duels. The man holding it was compact, dark brown, wearing the undress uniform of House Dacre's household guard. He had followed me into the shuttle.
That's the stuff.
Step away from the Stroud property, he said. Then he hit me a third time, across the forearm, and the pain was a bright line running from my wrist to my elbow, telling me the bone beneath it might be cracked. I grabbed the sword arm on the backswing, got both hands around his wrist, and twisted until his grip loosened. We fell through the chapel lab's low doorway together, and into the funerary bay, which connected to the access corridor that led inward toward the Severance's core. He was younger, faster, trained in close quarters work. I was heavier, desperate, and fighting like a man who had spent 3 years doing manual labor on a mining asteroid and no longer remembered how to duel. We went through 2 pressure doors and into the hollow core. The Severance's central cavity was the original mining void, a vast, rough-walled chamber occupying the asteroid's interior, converted over centuries into a cathedral space. The gravity here was almost gone. The ship's rotation barely reached the core, and as we crossed the threshold from the corridor into the open volume, the floor dropped away and we were floating. The core cathedral was enormous, cold, and filled with the accumulated devotional architecture of 9 veined generations. St. Statues carved from the asteroid's original lithoid eroded mountain rocks, drifting and slowly rotating. Boneless and crumbling reliquaries formed a fine suspension in the still air, catching the light from the observation bays in the upper wall. Stained glass cast fractured colour across the stone saints, the floating light, and 2 men trying to kill each other in the middle of it all. We recovered the sword. I caught a broken mounting bracket as it drifted past and moved into the ground. Each strike sent us spinning in opposite directions. The low gravity turning every impact into a separation that had to be closed before the next exchange. He was better with the blade. I hit him in the face with the bracket, felt the impact travel up my arm, and used the rebound to push myself behind a rotating saint statue the size of a man. The statue's stone head had eroded to a featureless oval. Its hands were folded in prayer. When Dacre's man came around it, I kicked the statue into him. 5 carved nickel drifted slowly and carried its full mass. It pinned him against a structural rib in the core wall, and while he struggled to push it away, I took the sword from his hand and drove it through the gap between the statue's arm and his body and into his chest. He died against the saint. The statue held him in its stone embrace, rotating slowly in the core cathedral's still air, the sword protruding from beneath its folded hands. My forearm was swelling. The cracked rib sent a spike through my left side every time I breathed. Blood from the cut on my scalp had drifted into my eyes in the low gravity, and I wiped it away and smeared it hung beside me in dark, trembling streams. I pushed off from the core wall and floated back toward the access corridor, trailing blood and bone dust, carrying the knowledge that I had just killed the Dacre House's guard aboard my own family ship, and that the legal consequences would arrive faster. But the image that stayed with me as I pulled myself through the pressure door and felt the gravity return, dragging the pain in my ribs down to its proper weight, was the chapel lab. 7 pairs of open eyes in 7 glass alcoves, lips moving, eyelids working through slow, effortful blinks. The same technology, the same preserved awareness, the same quiet, permanent interior just in body. If they were conscious, Renwick was conscious. If Renwick was conscious, he had been awake inside that coffin for 11 years. The hearing reconvened in chaos. Dacre accused me of murder, trespass, destruction of Stroud property, and violation of the marriage protocol's security procedures. His advocates recited the charges in the formal papers while I stood at the table with my arm bound in a pressure splint and my ribs taped beneath my shirt. Father Collis presided. I presented the medical orders. I laid my mother's sealed documents on the table, cipher intact, and let Collis verify the matriarch's personal name. I explained what the orders contained. A full revival protocol for Lord Renwick Vane, authorized by the matriarch herself, funded through hidden accounts, with the atmospheric upgrades to Renwick's coffin listed as preparatory medical steps. The protocol also included a patient response interface and Stroud verification kit, both delivered through the same atmospheric system now under question. My mother had been planning to bring Renwick back. The coffin state was transitional. Her intention was a functional, restored firstborn heir, which meant Dacre's regency claim, built on the premise that Renwick's preservation was permanent and legally inert, rested on ground she had been dismantled at the time of her death. Dacre's legal team requested recess. I watched them withdraw to a side track, their composure cracking in a professional hands. The regency argument was built on Renwick's permanence. A restoration subject belonged to the house's medical custody until recovery or failure. A permanent suspended heir could invite outside administration. Adrian had made sure Renwick was caught between those categories, and the ambiguity was enough to keep Dacre's hand off the chair. The hearing emptied. Guards, advocates, clerks, the Stroud delegation. Everyone withdrew to consult, regroup, recalculate. Father Collis closed the codex and left through the chapel door. For the first time since I had boarded the Severance, I was alone in the hearing chamber with my brother. Renwick's coffin sat at the head of the table. The devotional stones caught the overhead light and threw small, bright points across the walls. The glass faceplate was clear. His face was visible, the amber translucent skin, the sharp features drawn tight to the bone, the dark eyes that were open, and as I stepped closer, tracking me with the same slow, lateral movement I had seen when I first arrived. I had told myself it was reflex, autonomic, preserved nerve function firing without awareness behind it. I had told myself that because the alternative was something I could not afford to feel while I was fighting for the succession, investigating a murder, and trying to survive a marriage trial that had already killed one man in front of me. I looked at the coffin's atmospheric system. The feed line ran from a wall-mounted supply unit through a flexible conduit into the coffin's base, where it entered the pressurized environment and circulated through Renwick's sealed chamber. The line had been upgraded. The conduit was newer than the coffin's original construction, with fittings that matched the specifications of the mother's medical device. The secondary junction I had noticed earlier sat at the point where the exhaust left the coffin and looped back toward the matriarch's quarters through the shared atmospheric circle. Now I knew what it was. A dosing module. Stroud made, vein recalibration. The kind Maude Seiler had described. A diagnostic catalyst and a patient response link designed to release test compounds into the outgoing filtration stream when the preserved subject produced sufficient autonomic response. In a revival protocol, it would allow a body that could not speak to answer medical prompts through breath, pulse, eye movement, and chemical change. In the wrong hands or in the right body, it could add anything stored in its reservoir to the air flowing away from the coffin. I disconnected the module. It came free with a quarter turn, and inside the coupling I found residue. A thin, crystalline film, black, with the same angular geometric structure I had seen branching beneath my mother's skin. Heritage poison, in the outgoing feed, introduced from inside the coffin's sealed environment, carried through the shared atmospheric loop, and delivered into my mother's air supply over weeks. I held the module in my hand and looked at my brother's face through the glass. His eyes were fixed on mine, the gaze of a man watching me work through the conclusion he had known I would eventually reach. Renwick had killed our mother. He had used the atmospheric feed she built to save her. She had upgraded the connection to prepare his body for revival, and given him a mechanism, however crude, by which his preserved body could answer a system that listened: breath, pulse, eye motion, metabolic change. Enough to trigger a diagnostic module. Enough to force the Stroud catalyst through repeated cycles until its Vane isotope chemistry produced heritage poison in the outgoing stream. Enough over weeks to turn the channel meant for his restoration into the delivery system for the poison that crystallized in black flowers between the giants. He had been conscious for 11 years inside the coffin should have put him out at 17. 11 years in a body he could not move, behind a face he could not change, breathing air that someone else controlled. Wheeled from hearing room to hearing room as a legal exhibit, a silent vote, a suspended air. When his mother finally built him a way out, he used it to end her instead. I understood him. That was the worst of it. Standing there with the poison residue in my hand and his eyes on my face. I understood exactly why he had done it. I would have done something similar, given 11 years of conscious paralysis inside a glass box, maintained by the woman who chose preservation over surgery, asset over son. I had tried to kill his coffin systems 3 years ago for the same reason, except I had done it from the outside and been caught in 4 minutes, and he had done it from the inside and succeeded. The module sat in my palm. The evidence that would clear my name, expose my brother, and destroy House Vane. Because if I presented this, if I proved that Renwick was conscious, that the coffin preservation system maintained awareness, that a suspended heir could think and plan and kill, then every noble house in the Orion Spur with a preserved spouse, a living precedent, a suspended claimant would face the same revelation. The legal architecture of the entire aristocratic system depended on the preserved being inert. Property, documentation in flesh. If the documentation could think, the system collapsed, and every house that had ever sealed a living person in glass would spend the next generation fighting lawsuits, insurrections, and the political consequences of having maintained conscious prisoners as furniture for centuries. House Vane would be the house that broke it open. The scandal would be unsurvivable. Dacre, the Strouds, every minor house with a grudge and a coffin of their own to hide would move to bury the Vanes before the precedent could spread. The house my mother spent her life protecting would be dismantled within a year. Or I could put the module back, seal the junction, let the heritage poison remain an unsolved murder attributed to political enemies. Take the throne through the marriage trial, with Dacre's position already weakened by the medical orders. Rule House Vane as its new patriarch, with my brother's coffin at the head of the table, as tradition demanded. Renwick would stay in the glass. I would sit beside him, and every day for the rest of my reign, I would look at his face through the faceplate, and he would look back, and we would both know what he had done and what he had chosen. For a moment I saw him so thin before 17, too thin for his formal coat, grinning at me across a stable yard on a moon with real gravity and weather. He had been alive in a way this house never tolerated for long. Renwick's eyes did not move. I reassembled the junction, seated the module back into the feed line with a quarter turn, wiped the crystalline residue from my fingers onto the inside of my jacket, where it joined the ore dust and the dried blood and the grey grit of a dissolved lava. When the hearing reconvened, I presented my claim. The medical orders had done their work. Dacre's Regency argument was broken. His legal team was short. His minor house candidate reduced to one surviving claimant suitor who showed no interest in pressing his case now that the Vane succession had turned lethal. Father Collis recorded the outcome in the codex. The marriage to House Stroud would proceed on a timetable determined by inter-house protocol. Lord Edmund Vane was confirmed as the ruling claimant, pending the ceremony. Dacre left the Severance that evening. His shuttle undocked from the funeral and burned hard for the Kessler Systems transit line, carrying his legal delegation, his dead household guards personally, and the trade concessions I had granted in exchange for clean. Concessions were expensive. I did not care. I needed him off the ship before anyone examined the coffin shuttle wall compartment. The cleared the floor, swept the floor, adjusted the devotional panels, repositioned the I sat in the patriarch's chair across the table. The Mortmain throne, the Vane household called it. An old name, from the legal term for the dead hand that holds property in perpetuity. My mother had sat in this chair for 26 years. Her mother before her for 19. The chair was stone, carved from the asteroid's original body, fitted with a thin cushion compressed by generations of weight into something that offered shape without comfort. Renwick's coffin was positioned to my right, where tradition placed the senior heir. The devotional stone set into its casing caught the stained glass light from the observation points, red, amber, deep blue, and scattered it across the table in small, sharp points. Through the glass faceplate, my brother's face was turned towards me. His eyes were open. They found mine and held. I had come back to the Severance because I believed I was the only person who would treat Renwick as a human being. I had accepted the marriage because I would not let him be used as a weapon. I carried my mother's secret because I wanted to understand why she had built the infrastructure. And now I understood. She had built it to save the son she had preserved. That son had used it to kill the mother who had imprisoned him. I had found the evidence and sealed it back into the wall because the truth would destroy the house, and the lie would only destroy me. The stained glass light shifted as the Severance rotated through its long, slow transit between stars. The colors moved across the table, across the coffin, across my brother's face within the stars. I sat in the dead man's chair and my brother watched me from here. And the cathedral ship carried us both through the interstellar dark, burning slow on its ancient engines, trailing blue-white fire from the mouths of stone gargoyles into the empty space between systems, where no one could hear the contracts whispering in their caskets, or the marriage precedents blinking in their alcoves, or the new patriarch of House Vane breathing the same air as the man who had taught him, finally, what it cost to build his city.
Kill them all!
Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff and pushes my videos to new viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free, and you can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. My name is Dr. Zephan Ma. I am 79 years old, and I have been waking up at 3 in the morning for the last 53 years. Not from nightmares. I want to be clear about that because people always assume nightmares when an old man tells them he cannot sleep. It is not nightmares. It is the opposite of nightmares. It is the feeling that what I lived through was real, and that the life I have been living since the fall of 1971 is the part that is not. I'm recording this on a small device on my kitchen table. It is 11 at night. Through the window behind me, the New Mexico desert is black and still. It's so quiet I can hear the refrigerator hum from the other room. I've been sitting here for an hour trying to decide where to start. The honest answer is that I'm afraid to start, which should tell you something about what I'm about to say. 6 weeks ago I received a package in the mail. No return address. A thick manila envelope with my name written in blue ink, in a handwriting I did not recognize. Postmarked from a town in New Mexico I had never heard of. Inside were 47 pages of photocopied documents. Government documents, classified, stamped. Some of the lines crossed out with heavy black marker, and in other places left completely illegible. I've read those pages so many times the paper has gone soft in the folds, like an old map of somewhere I've not been before. I cannot quite place. The kind of place that lives in the back of your mind as a feeling rather than a memory. Those documents are the reason I'm sitting here tonight. Once you hear what they say, once you understand what they mean, I think you will understand why I cannot simply put them in a drawer and go back to sleep. I need to start in 1971. I need to take you back to a ridge in the Quinlan Mountains in southern Arizona, about 60 miles southwest of Tucson, where there was an observatory that most people have never heard of and that no longer exists. It sat at an elevation close to 7,000 feet, and at night the air up there was so cold and clear and absolutely dark that standing outside with your head tilted back felt less like looking at the sky and more like falling into it. The Sonoran Desert spread below the ridge in every direction. Saguaro cactus and brittlebush and creosote reaching out to the horizon, and beyond the horizon, nothing but more desert and more dark. No city lights for 50 miles. No traffic. On a still night, you could hear the coyotes 2 ridges over. On a very still night, you could hear nothing at all, which was somehow worse. I was 29 years old. I had just completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Ohio State, where I had spent 2 years doing radio sky surveys. Long, grinding, largely thankless work that involved sitting in a receiver room reviewing printouts of frequency data by hand for hours at a stretch, looking for signals that distinguished themselves from the background noise of the universe. It was the kind of work that made your eyes ache and your attention sharpen into something almost surgical. I was good at it. I was also, I will admit, beginning to doubt that it was going to amount to anything. The universe had been silent for as long as anyone had been listening. I was starting to think the silence was the answer. I took the position at the Arizona Observatory because Leora Vexley offered it, and because Leora Vexley was the kind of person whose job offers we did not decline. She had reached out after reading a paper I'd published on signal anomaly classification, and her letter had been 2 paragraphs long and entirely direct. which I came to understand was exactly how she moved through the world. She ran the facility. She needed a radio astronomer with a sharp eye for signal differentiation. And was I interested? I was interested. I drove out to the ridge for the first time on a Monday morning in June of 1971, and by the time I got out of my car and stood in the parking area and looked out at the desert and then up at the telescope structure against the blue sky, I had already decided this was where I needed to be. There were 11 of us on the permanent staff. I will tell you about the ones who matter to the story, because each of them matters in a different way for reasons that will become clear. Leora Vexen was in the uniform, really precise. Dark hair she kept pinned back with whatever was closest at hand, usually pencils and occasionally a spare cable tie from the equipment room. She had a photograph of the Andromeda Galaxy tacked to the wall above her desk, and she called it her North Star, which was a joke, also entirely serious. She'd spent 2 decades in the scientific field, but had not been particularly interested in having her, and she had the posture of someone who had spent those years refusing to bend to that fact. She was the most rigorous thinker I had ever sat across a table from. When Leora made the decision, I knew it had been turned completely, examined from every angle, tested against every objection she could construct, every door checked before she called the room clear. I tell you this because what happened in early August, the decision that set everything in motion was not a careless decision. She thought about it carefully. We all did. We certainly failed to think about the right things. Taran Quill was our signal analyst. He was a few years older than me, named Wire Thing, naturally distracted manner of someone whose mind was engaged on a frequency no one else could access. He would walk into a room, stop, and stand in the doorway with his eyes slightly unfocused, while everyone waited. Not impatiently, with specific patience, and develop people whose attention is worth waiting for. Put him in front of a frequency readout, though, and something shifted. He became very still. He'd take in the data, the way a person takes in a piece of music they love, not analysing each note sequentially, but feeling the whole shape of it at once, letting the pattern come to him rather than hunting for it. He found things in readouts that other analysts had passed over a dozen times. He was the best at what he did of anyone I had ever encountered, and he was also, as I came to understand far too late, the first of us to be changed. I will come back to Taran. His story runs through everything I'm about to tell you, like a wire. Elsin Draith was our equipment technician, the man who kept the telescope and its surrounding infrastructure alive through brutal summer heat and frequent terrestrial storms. It was big, deliberate, permanently oil-stained hands and a squared-off manner of someone who had come to this work through mechanical engineering rather than astronomy, and who had little patience for speculation that could not be grounded in physical evidence. Elsin had no particular belief in the existence of extraterrestrial life, and no particular disbelief either. He required evidence. Until evidence existed, he held the question open and busied himself with things he could measure. He was the most grounded person on that ridge. When I tell you that what happened frightened him, I need you to hold the weight of that. Elsin Draith did not frighten easily. And what happened frightened him completely. The night it happened was a Wednesday in August, the 4th, just before midnight. I was alone in the receiver room, which was a long, narrow space that smelled of machine oil and room electronics, lined with frequency analyzers and reel-to-reel recording equipment. The static from the telescope played continuously through the room speaker at a low volume, the way some people leave a radio on for company. After enough time working in that room, you stopped consciously hearing it the same way you stopped consciously hearing the sound of your own breathing. It was simply the texture of the air. When the signal arrived, the texture changed. The hiss did not stop. It did not cut out. But something emerged from inside it, the way a melody can sometimes emerge from what seemed like random noise once you heard it. Something rhythmic, structured, drum beat. Nothing as obvious as that. More like finding out that a sound we'd been hearing as background was actually a word being spoken very slowly by something very far away. I sat up from the printout I'd been reviewing. My hand stopped moving. I watched the frequency analyzer needle, and it moved differently than it had been moving. I felt something happen inside my chest that I can only describe as recognition, which made no sense. I'd never heard anything like it in my life, and yet some part of me knew what it was the moment it arrived, before I had any rational reason to know. I printed the readout. I sat and stared at it for 4 minutes without moving. I know it was 4 minutes because the wall clock was directly in my line of sight, and I watched the second hand make 4 complete rotations while I sat there, trying to decide if what I was seeing was real. Then I stood up, walked down the hallway, and knocked on Leora's office door. She was awake, lamp on, star chart spread across her desk. She took the readout from me and studied it for several minutes without speaking, which was characteristic. Leora did not perform her reactions. She processed them privately and showed you only the conclusion. When she finally looked up, her face was the carefully arranged expression of someone who has just seen exactly what they have been waiting their whole career to see, and is not yet willing to let themselves believe it. She said, "Go get Taron." Taron was in his bunk but not sleeping. He came to the receiver room in 8 minutes, in a pajama shirt tucked into slacks, sat down at the console, put on the headphones, and left us. There is no other way to describe it. His body was in the chair, but his attention went somewhere so deep and complete that the room felt empty of him. Leora and I stood around for 2 hours. He sat on an equipment crate at some point. Leora sat against the wall. He did not speak because it felt wrong to speak, the way speaking feels wrong in certain places. At 10 minutes past 2 in the morning, Taron pulled the headphones off very carefully and turned around to face us. And I saw his face, and the expression on it was something I had never seen on his face before. It was not excitement. It was not even wonder. It was the expression of someone who has just been told something very important in a language they should not have been able to understand. He said, "There are 2 layers, a surface signal and something underneath it. The surface signal is what got our attention," he said. "The surface signal is the net. But what's inside it?" he said. And then he stopped. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "It is not a message. It was not sent here to be read. It was sent here to be received." And then he put his hand flat on the console and looked at it for a moment as if he were looking at something he had not seen before. None of us slept that night. I do not think any of us tried.
No!
The next morning, Leora called for a staff meeting. All 11 of us in the conference room, the readout passed around the table. People saying what people say when the ground has shifted. Could it be interference from a military satellite? From a ground-based transmitter? From some natural source that mimicked structure? Taron said no, quietly, and with a certainty that ended the question. The signal had come from the direction of Sagittarius, from somewhere well beyond our solar system, with the hydrogen line frequency, 1420 megabits, which physicists had theorized since 1959 would be the natural calling frequency for any civilization attempting interstellar contact. It was the frequency at which hydrogen both absorbs and emits energy, hydrogen being the most abundant element in the universe, and therefore the one wavelength that any sufficiently advanced civilization would know to use, the one number that required no shared language to communicate. We had all read the original Cornell paper on the subject. We had all, privately or openly, believed in the theory. None of us had expected to be in this room having this conversation. The question was whether to respond. Elsie voted against it. He stood up and said, without drama, responding was an act of faith built on assumptions we had no business making. We did not know what had sent us. We did not know where it would originated with any precision, or how old the signal was, or what the intention behind it was, or whether intention was even a concept that applied. He pointed out that in every case throughout human history, where a technologically superior civilization had contact with a less advanced one, the outcome for the less advanced civilization had not been good, and that this observation did not require any particular cynicism, just a reading of the historical record. He said it the way he said most things, plainly, without flourish, as a fact on a table. Then he sat back down. 11 was in that room, one voted no. I was one of the 10 who voted yes. I've thought about that vote every single day since. The response transmission went out at 9:15 in the morning on August 5th. Taran's hands on the controls, the transmitter building to full power, with a hum you felt in the soles of your feet. The desert spread out below the ridge in the early morning heat. Leora stood at the window with her arms at her sides and watched the sky as if she expected an immediate answer. The sky was blue and indifferent and gave her nothing. A roadrunner that lived somewhere around the equipment shed came out and stood in the dust for a moment, looking at us. Then it disappeared under the building. I remember standing outside afterward and thinking, we just told the universe where we are. My thought did not frighten me. That is the part I cannot forgive myself for. The thought did not frighten me at all. The days that followed were quiet in a way that felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm when everything has gone very still and the light has changed colour. We monitored the frequency around the clock in rotating shifts. We documented everything. We told no one outside the facility. We moved through our routines with the careful, slightly reverent manner of people who are aware that something enormous has happened and are trying not to jostle it. At mealtimes, the conversation was almost aggressively ordinary. Weather, equipment maintenance schedules. A colleague at another institution whose paper someone had read. We were performing normalcy for each other, I think, keeping the feeling contained. Taran stopped sleeping. I noticed it first because his bunk was across from mine, and on the second night after the transmission, I woke at 2 in the morning for no reason I could identify, and lay there in the dark and realized I could hear him breathing across the room, awake and not moving. The third night, he was not in his bunk at all when I woke. I found him in the receiver room, sitting in front of the equipment with his notebook open, and when I said his name, he looked up, and his eyes were bright in a way I did not like. Not feverish, lit from inside, which is a strange thing to say about a person's eyes, but is the only way I can describe it. I asked what he was doing. He said he was listening. I asked what he meant, since the headphones were not on. He said he did not need the headphones anymore. Then he looked back at the equipment, and I stood in the doorway for a moment and went back to bed. And I lay awake until it was light outside, and told myself I was reading too much into a tired man's words at 2 in the morning. I should have told Leora the next day. I did not. I made excuses to myself for several more days, and by the time I stopped making them, things had progressed further than I understood. The first real tell came on August 8th, 4 days after the signal, and 3 days after our response. A junior astronomer on our staff named Dael went out to the equipment shed at dusk to check a cable junction. He came back 2 hours later. He was perfectly normal at dinner. He laughed at the right moments. He ate well. He talked about a baseball game on the television that night. Then he reached across the table for the salt, and I saw his fork in his left hand, and Dael was right-handed. I had eaten hundreds of meals with him over the past months. I knew which hand he used. When I pointed it out, he laughed and said he must be tired, and moved the fork to his right hand. And that was all. There was nothing more to it. When dinner ended, he went and watched his baseball game. I thought about it after I went to bed. I thought about how the shed was a quarter mile from the main building, down a gravel path through the brush. I thought about the 2 hours. I thought about the flock. I told myself I've seen things that were there because I was a man who had just witnessed something impossible. And my mind was churning and manufacturing patterns where they were. I decided to watch him for a few days. I would not overreact. Over the next week I watched Dael, and I watched the others, and I began to understand that the fork was not an isolated thing. Leora called me to her office late on the 8th day after the transmission. She closed the door and set a small leather notebook on the desk between us, open. Inside, in her careful handwriting, was a list. Names, dates. Beside each name, a brief observation phrased in the neutral, clinical language of someone who is recording things they do not yet have words for. Dael, wrong hand at dinner, August 8th. Normal behavior both before and after. No indication of awareness. Press asked the meaning of a conversation about the drive to Tucson. Laughed afterward and said she was joking. Tone of the laugh slightly delayed. Call, 3 separate nights observed standing alone in the desert facing east.
Wayne has corrupted.
Duration 20 to 35 minutes each occurrence. Made no mention of it afterward. There were 6 names in the notebook. 6 names and careful dates and notations that all had the same quality. Nothing you could point to and call evidence, nothing that would survive a direct challenge, but an accumulation that felt, when you read them all together, like something building toward a shape you couldn't quite see yet. Leora looked at me across the desk and said she did not know what she was seeing. She said she hoped she was wrong. Then she said, and her voice did not change, I am not wrong. You know that I am not wrong. And I did know. I'd known since the fork. She asked me to watch Taron. She said it quietly and precisely, which was the only way she said things. But beneath the precision, there was something I had not heard from her before. Not fear, exactly. Something underneath fear. A particular dread of a person who's already reached the conclusion, and is having trouble accepting that the conclusion is the conclusion. I told her I had already been watching. She asked what I had seen. I told her about the 2 in the morning visits to the receiver room, the business about not needing headphones. She was quiet for a moment. Then she wrote something in the notebook and closed it.
No!
That was the last ordinary conversation I had with her, I think. After that, everything accelerated. Elsin found me on August 14th. Grease on his hands, a look on his face that I'd never seen from him. Hope I'll never see from no one again. Not fear. Something beyond fear, the thing fear becomes when a person who does not allow themselves to be afraid has run out of alternatives. He asked me to walk with him. We went around to the back of the main building, where you could see the Mesa Ridge about a quarter-mile out, brown and heat-bleached in the afternoon light. He told me what had happened. 2 days before, he had been out near the Mesa, replacing a cable junction on one of the auxiliary antenna lines. A routine job, an hour of work, something he had done a dozen times. He had been lying in the dirt, tightening the ground connection, looked up and saw a man standing in a crevice between 2 rock slabs about 30 feet away. Standing completely still, upright, not leaning against the rock, not resting, not looking at anything particular, just standing in the full heat of a desert afternoon in clothes that were not appropriate for the desert. No vehicle in sight, and no water, and no reason what Elsin could construct for being there. No one from the observatory. A stranger. Elsin had called out to him. The man had turned his head and looked at Elsin. And that was the moment, he said. That look. He said he had been trying for 2 days to find the right word for it, but not found one. He said the look was not hostile, and not friendly, and not startled, or not curious. He said it was the look of something that was assessing him. Not the way a person looks at you when you surprise them, but the way something looks at you when it is deciding what to do with the information that you are there. Then the man had turned back and faced the desert and resumed standing, and Elsin had put his tools in his truck and driven back to the facility without looking in his mirrors once. He told me the man's face had been calm in a way that was specific and wrong, not relaxed, controlled, like something that had arranged its face into calm and was holding it there. I asked him if he had told Leora. He said he was telling me first. I asked why me first. He looked at me for a moment and said, "Because you already believe me." I could tell when I started talking that you already believed me. And there was something in the way he said it that told me he had started to feel, as I had, that the line between believing and not believing had already passed, and that we were well on the other side of it. That evening, looking for Taro, I found him in the common room sitting at the table, with a cup of water in front of him, not drinking it, watching the door. He smiled when I came in, which was correct. He asked how I was, which was correct. We talked for a few minutes about nothing important, the equipment schedule, the weather, and everything he said was correct, and the order in which he said things was correct, and I realized standing there that what was wrong was not anything he was doing, but something he had stopped doing. The small, involuntary things. The slight unfocus in the eyes when you were thinking of something else while talking. The fractional hesitations when you were finding the right word. The tiny physical restlessness of a person whose mind moves faster than conversation allows. Those things were gone. He was entirely present, entirely attentive, entirely smooth in a way that no person who is also genuinely a person ever quite manages to be. I said it was Petra, came out of me suddenly. His sister, whom he had mentioned constantly, whose name had always brought something alive in his face. He said, "She is well." Just that. The way you might tell someone the weather. She is well. And then he looked at me, and I looked at him, and for a moment neither of us spoke. And in that moment, I knew. I knew completely. And I think he knew that I knew. Because there was something in the way he held the pause, not adjusting, not filling it with the natural human noise of someone who has just given a strange answer and is now second-guessing it. He held it the way you hold a door. Purposefully. I said goodnight. I went back to my room. I sat on my bunk in the dark for a long time, and then I got up and went to find Leora. She was not in her office. I found her outside in the parking area in the dark, crouching over a small fire she had made on the asphalt, feeding pages from her notebook into it one at a time, with a lighter. I watched from the doorway for a moment before she heard me, and in that moment she looked very small in the dark, lit orange by the flame, doing the only thing she could think to do with the careful evidence she had spent 2 weeks collecting. She heard my footstep and looked up, and her face in the firelight was the face of someone who has already calculated the problem from every angle and found no exit that she likes. I sat down beside her on the asphalt, and we watched the last pages burn, and she
Have a nice day.
We know so little. What do you need?
All things have a right to grow.
Melissa Aiden.
She told me she had already made the call, and to whom I did not ask. She just said she had made the call, and that someone was coming, and that we needed to behave as normally as possible until they arrived. She came 4 days later, on the 19th of August. Her name was Vera Solune. She arrived in a beige government sedan that was so determinedly unremarkable, it seemed to have been designed to slide out of memory the moment you stopped looking at it. And she stepped out of it in the midday heat and introduced herself to Leora, the air of someone who had introduced herself to people in terrible circumstances many times and had developed a personal protocol for it. She was perhaps 50, with steady eyes and the kind of measured calm that is not natural calm, but earned calm, the kind that comes from having been afraid many times and having learned to function inside it. She went into Leora's office and stayed there for 3 hours. When they came out, Leora's face had the particular quality of someone who had been told the worst possible version of the thing they had already suspected was true. That night, Vera gathered the staff members she and Leora had decided were likely still themselves, myself and Elsine, and 3 others who had passed whatever assessment Vera had performed in the hours between her arrival and now, in the map room. She locked the door. She sat down and opened her briefcase and did not remove a folder or a document. She just sat with her hands flat on the table and looked at us and said she was going to tell us things that she was not authorized to tell us, and that she was telling us anyway because she had been in this position before, and she had learned that the people in the room deserved to know what they were dealing with. She said she'd been in this position before, not like it, but similar. This position, this exact sequence of events, 3 times previously. She said there had been a facility in northern Canada in 1954 where a small team of detected signal responded to it, and in 2 weeks the staff began to change and the government had intervened. She said there had been a listening post in the Philippines in 1961, the same sequence contained before it spread beyond the immediate facility, but there. She'd said there had been a research installation in Norway in 1967, and that the Norway situation had been the first time people managing the containment had genuinely not been certain that they would succeed. She said the things that had happened at those facilities and that were happening here were not the result of infection or radiation or any physical mechanism she would ever been able to point to directly. She said the signal was the mechanism, the signal itself was the vehicle, not a message that contained instructions, but something that functioned more like a seed, a transmission designed to be received by an organic brain, and to use that brain's own architecture as the medium for constructing something new. She said she believed, based on everything that had been gathered across 4 incidents there, that the consciousness traveling inside the transmission was not artificial. It was a new it was the signal, the spread as the wind, was after the transmission process about 3 minutes ago. She said the person who resulted from this process was not the original person, but she said, and she was very precise about this, they were also not, obviously, not the original person. Every memory intact, every relationship maintained, every skill and mannerism reproduced, at first imperfectly, which was the window where you could catch the tells, and then with increasing accuracy as the process refined itself. She said the things replacing the people at this observatory were, as far as she could determine, learning, getting better, the early behavioral signals, the wrong hand, the missing hesitations, the face that had to decide to smile, those would fade. Were already fading in the more advanced cases. Given enough time, she said, there would be nothing to see at all. Elsine asked the question I think we had all been holding. He asked how many of us in this room were still ourselves. Vera looked at him for a moment and said she was as confident as she could be, given the available methods. Were not perfect, and that she wanted us to sit with that honesty rather than have her pretend certainty she did not have. Elsie absorbed this without comment. The room was very quiet. What Vale said next was the thing that his liver recognized. She said that in each of the previous incidents, the replaced individuals had all, regardless of how they had been before, begun to orient themselves towards the same purpose. Not the same actions. They did not cluster, did not communicate in a distinct way, did not behave as a coordinated group. Their choices, tracked over time, all pointed in the same direction. They positioned themselves and moved slowly with urgency to places of influence. She said the government's assessment after the Norwegian incident was that the replacements understood they were operating on a timeline that was not human in scale. They needed to know that they reason to be hurried. What they were building did not require speed, it required position. He did not say time was not needed. No one did. But we were all thinking it. The last week of August fell apart in ways I cannot reconstruct into a clean sequence because my memory of it is not clear. It is a collection of images and moments without reliable order, which I understand now is partly by design. Things were already there for things were harmless. But even before that, even in the real-time experience of those days, things had the quality of a nightmare that the scene keeps changing and cannot locate again in events. I remember Pressa passing me in the hallway late one evening and turning to say something. In the moment between turning and speaking, a pause so small it should not have been noticeable, half a breath, nevertheless. The way that pause caught in the chest like a splinter. I remember the way she smiled at the end of the hallway. A warm, entirely normal smile. The smile was perfect, and the smile was the most frightening thing I'd seen. I remember Elsie barricading himself in the equipment shed one afternoon and communicating with me door in short, deliberate sentences, refusing to confirm who was outside until whoever it was had answered 3 questions he had selected, because only someone who had been at the observatory for more than a year and had not been replaced would know the answers. He had been thinking about this. He had written the questions down. I answered them through the door, and he let me in, and we sat in the shed in the heat surrounded by cables and tool chests, and talked through what we knew, which was not enough, and what we could do, which seemed to be nothing. And I remember feeling a particular kind of helplessness that I have not felt before or since. The helplessness of a person trying to locate the edges of a problem that does not have the kind of edges you can find. I remember going to the receiver room at 2 in the morning on a night near the end and finding Taron there. And I have tried to write this memory down before, and I have never quite been able to do it justice. He was not at the equipment. He had moved a chair to the center of the room, and he was sitting in it, upright, in the dark, facing the door. Not as if he had been waiting for me specifically, as if he had been waiting for whoever came. His hands were folded in his lap, his breathing was slow and even. His eyes were open, just into the dark, and when I came through the door, he looked at me immediately, which meant he heard me in the hallway, which meant he had been listening for longer than I had been walking. He said, "You are still yourselves, Zephyr. I could tell by looking at you. There is still something behind your eyes. It's yours." I asked what he meant, and when he knew what he meant, I asked anyway. I said, "You should leave this place. What is coming will not leave you if you stay as you are." I said I was not going to leave without the others. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, and his voice was perfectly even and not unkind, "Most of the others were already not the others." He turned and looked at the far wall. His eyes did not move. I stood in the doorway, and I looked at the man who had been Taron Quinn, and I thought about Petra, his sister, whose name he had spoken with affection 100 times. And I left the receiver room, and I walked down the hallway, and I did not go back. There were vehicles in the parking area the following morning. 3 dark sedans and a van with government plates. People I did not recognize in and around the building. The quiet efficiency of someone managing a situation she had managed versions of before. Leora was with her. I caught Leora's eye once across the parking area. She looked at me for a moment and then looked away. And I understood from that look that the thing she'd been working toward was in motion, and that there was nothing either of us could do now but let it go where it was going. And then there was a word. I used that word for 50 years because it is the accurate word. A gap and a blur did not gradually fade the way memories fade with age. A wall, clean, vertical and absolute. On one side of it is the observatory in the last days of August 1971. On the other side of it is an October morning, and I'm standing in a parking lot outside a roadside garden on the edge of Flagstaff, Arizona. $60 in my wallet plus the memory of how I got there. Not just no memory of the last days of August, no memory of the last 3 weeks of August. A smooth surface where those weeks should be reflective and impenetrable. Exhaling outside a window in the dark, seeing facing the house. Then arrivals on the side. My credentials were intact, my employment record was clean. Full detailed memories of the observatory, going back years. Colleagues, conversations I could have quoted. The summer of 1971, was gone. The surface of that time knew that it existed. The way you made rooms behind a door back inside. I went to Denver, position. Taught for many years in British work, but I was told it was good. Built a career, and then a quiet life in a small apartment in Albuquerque, where the nights are dark enough to see the stars, and where I've spent the last several decades waking up at 3 in the morning with the feeling that something enormous was burning just outside my range of vision. I never found it, not until 6 weeks ago. The documents from the package were stamped with a classification designation I did not initially recognize, followed by the words, Program Athena. The date range ran from autumn of 1971 through 1978. They appeared to be what the government called a post-containment assessment, the accounting done after everything at the observatory had been wrapped up and closed and the people involved had been dispersed. The names of staff members with notations beside them, some read, cleared, original confirmed. Those were the ones they had been able to verify before the protocol was applied. Some read, status uncertain, protocol applied. The protocol applied to status uncertain individuals was the memory wipe. Reading that sitting at my kitchen table in the dark with those 47 pages in front of me, I finally understood something that I'd been living with for 53 years without understanding. The memory wipe was not performed because we knew too much. I'd always believed that was the reason. I constructed my entire understanding of what happened to me around that assumption, that we had witnessed first contact, that the government needed to contain the secret, that erasing our memories was the simplest and cleanest way to ensure we could never tell anyone what we had seen. That belief had been the foundation of every sleepless 3 in the morning for 5 decades. The documents dissolved that belief in a few paragraphs. In the final days, the observatory, with replacements living and working alongside the staff, no sense more advanced than any previous instinct. The government assessment team determined with confidence it was still original. It was not. The behavior is very described and faded. Spaces, replaced individuals glowing from the early hours. They have become, over those weeks, nostalgic. Rather than displacing potentially replaced individuals into the whole population, program directors made the decision to apply the protocol to everyone. closed down and sat in the kitchen for a long time without moving. Then I turned to the last page of the packet, which was not part of the official record. A single handwritten sheet, added by whoever had sent this to me, in a careful handwriting I did not recognize. It was a list. The names of the status and certain individuals from the observatory, the staff members whose classification had led to the protocol being applied, and beside each name, a brief accounting of the 50 years since. I want to tell you about some of these names, not all 19, just the ones that struck me hardest when I read them, and that still strike me when I think about them now. Dael, the junior astronomer who had come back from the equipment shed 2 hours late and held his fork in the wrong hand on the 8th of August, had gone on over the following decades to become a city councilman in a mid-sized Arizona city, then a state legislator, then a member of the United States House of Representatives. He served for 16 years on the House Armed Services Committee, 16 years with direct oversight of military budgets, weapons procurement, satellite programs, and national defense infrastructure. The handwritten note beside his name said, "Retired 2009. Current whereabouts unknown." Presser, who had asked what the word home meant, had earned a doctorate in materials engineering in 1974. She spent the next 25 years at a company that held government contracts for communications, satellite development. She rose to become the head of their advanced systems division. The systems her division produced are currently aboard several dozen satellites in low Earth orbit. The handwritten note said, "Deceased 2019, no family." Cole, who had stood in the rocks without water, had moved to Washington after the wipe and found a position in a federal scientific advisory capacity that had grown over the following years into a senior role in an intelligence agency's technical division. He had been involved, the note said, in assessments of domestic and foreign radio frequency infrastructure for over 2 decades. He had advised on telecommunications policy at the national level. The note beside his name had 3 words at the end, added as if the writer had thought of them after the fact. Access was total. There were 16 more names on that list. I will not go through all of them, because I think you understand by now what the pattern was. 19 people dispersed across the country in the autumn of 1971, with no memory of what had happened to them. 19 people who had, in the 50 years since, moved with the patience and consistency that no human ambition quite explains, to positions that gave them access, to infrastructure, to policy, to the mechanisms by which a society makes decisions about what it builds, and where it points its attention. They were not in a hurry. They had never been in a hurry. What they were building did not require speed. It required placement. It required 50 years of quiet, ordinary senior human lives, threading themselves through the institutions that mattered, until the thread was so thoroughly woven into the fabric that you could not pull it out without pulling everything apart. I thought about what Vera had said in the map room, that every replaced individual moved toward the same objective, building towards something. And I'd spent the weeks since the package arrived trying to understand what that something was, and I had not found an answer. And I'd begun to think that the answer was not something I was equipped to find. That the thing being built was so large in its conception, so patient in its construction, that a 79-year-old man sitting at a kitchen table with 47 photocopy pages was not going to see its shape from the inside. I found the person who sent me the package. It was not difficult. I had enough identifying details from the documents themselves, the name of the program, the date range, the type of classification, to narrow down the category of person who would have had access to them. A government archivist, someone who had spent a career in a kind of institutional position that made them, over decades, invisible to the people, managing the programs they were archiving. Someone who had been sitting with this knowledge for a long time, and had decided, at the He had died quietly 3 weeks after the postmark on the package. Retired, no surviving family. The obituary said he had worked for the federal government in an administrative capacity for over 30 years and had been a private person who enjoyed hiking and did not belong to any clubs. It was the obituary of a man who had spent his life being unnoticed, which I suspect was a skill he had cultivated deliberately. I do not know if he was human. I've been sitting with that possibility for 6 weeks and I still do not know what to do with it. Maybe he was a person who had come across these files in the course of ordinary archival work and had been disturbed enough by what they contained to send them to the one surviving person on the staff list who might understand them. Or maybe he was something else. Maybe whatever is patient enough to spend 50 years building toward an unknown objective is also patient enough to have someone on the inside of the archive. I do not know. I cannot know. That is, I have come to understand the nature of this particular problem. You cannot see the edges of it from where you are standing. There is one more thing I need to tell you, and then I'm going to turn off this recorder and go stand at my window and look at the desert, because that is what I do at 3 in the morning, and it is almost 3 in the morning now. At the very bottom of the handwritten page, below the last of the 19 names, there was one more line. My name, Zefan Ma. And beside my name, unlike the others, there was no career history, no list of positions or decades of institutional ascent, or advisory roles or committee memberships, nothing about what I'd done with the 50 years since the wipe. Just 3 words in the same careful handwriting. Unknown, still watching. I do not know who wrote it. I have turned it over in my mind every night for 6 weeks, and I am no closer to an interpretation I can settle on. It could mean that someone has been watching me for 53 years and does not know yet whether I am still myself. It could mean that whoever wrote the note does not know whether I survived the wipe as a human being or as something else, and that the question is still open. It could mean something I have not thought of. It could mean that the watching is protective. It could mean the watching is the opposite of that. What I know is this. In 1971, we were 11 people on a ridge in the Arizona desert who believed we were listening for something. We did not understand that the listening was the risk. We did not understand that the signal had already calculated us, had measured the distance and the frequency and the architecture of a human brain, and had sent something so precisely tuned to that architecture that the act of receiving it was enough. No ship, no landing, no visible arrival, just a signal traveling through the dark for however long it had been traveling, arriving at our equipment on a Wednesday night in August, and all we had to do was be in the room with the speaker on. We voted to respond. We told it we were here. 3 days later, the changing had already begun. And I think now that the response was almost beside the point. I think we had already done the essential thing just by receiving it in the first place. I think the response was only what convinced them that the job was worth finishing, that humanity was worth the patience, that 19 people scattered across the United States with wiped memories and intact skills, and an orientation they would never consciously understand, could, over 50 years, thread themselves into the places that mattered and hold those places quietly and keep building toward whatever it is they are building toward. The observatory was decommissioned in the mid-1970s. The equipment was removed. The building stood empty for a few years, and then was taken down. Nothing remains on that ridge now except the concrete footings and the desert growing back over them. If you drove out there today and stood where the building stood, you would see nothing but rock and cactus and the Sonoran sky, and you would have no reason to think that anything had ever happened there. That is the last thing I want you to understand. Nothing about what happened is visible. Nothing about the 50 years since looks like what it is. 19 people, who might be something other than people, have lived ordinary human lives in the most ordinary seeming way, and they have not clustered or signaled or behaved in any manner that would draw attention, and and they have simply persisted and positioned and continued building, and the thing they are building is somewhere in the world right now, and it does not look like anything unusual from the outside. I keep thinking about Taron in that dark room, the way he sat in the center of the space without needing light, patient and still, knowing exactly where every object was, telling me I was still inside, telling me to leave. And I think now that that was the last genuinely kind thing said to me in those weeks, which is a strange thing to say about a man who was no longer a man. But I believe he meant it. Whatever he had become by then, in that moment he was still close enough to what he had been to mean it. "You should leave," he had said. I should have listened, but I voted to respond, and you cannot undo a vote. Turn off the recorder now, Zephan. The desert is quiet. The stars are out. The silence sounds exactly the way it always sounded. That is the thing nobody warned us about. Nothing looks different. Nothing sounds different. The sky is the same sky it was in the summer of 1971. The signal came and it changed everything, and the sky looks exactly the same. That is how they won. Not by arriving, not by announcing themselves, by being patient enough to let us invite them in, and then patient enough to let us forget that we did turn it off. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff and pushes my videos to new viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free, and you can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel.
Responsibility isn't easy. Oh, I didn't see you there.
means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. In the year 2489, humanity reached the center of a dead galaxy and found a planet the size of a solar system. Every city, every machine, every structure was perfectly intact. The power was still running. The lights were still on. But there were no bodies. No signs of war, no disaster, no collapse. Just a civilization of hundreds of billions, every last one of them gone. And then we found the message carved into a moon-sized monument at the heart of the planet, in a language no human being had ever seen, that somehow every member of our crew could read perfectly on sight. It said, "We were not driven out, we were invited." My name is Dr. Valor Quince. I'm a xenohistorian, which is a word that means I study civilizations that no longer exist. I have spent 30 years traveling to dead worlds, cataloguing the ruins of species that burned out or collapsed or tore themselves apart, and trying to understand why. Every civilization I had ever studied ended the same way. Not peacefully, not on purpose. They ended because something went wrong. Something they couldn't fix or didn't see coming. And the universe swallowed whatever was left of them and moved on. That was Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a quick thing. First, if you could smash that like button, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff, which is one of the most to videos. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free. Listen, subscribe. Links in the description. Make sure there's a single that takes the time to search. That's the word to me. Helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. There's not a man who left things unexplained. It's not humility. It's just the truth. I spent 11 years tracking the research parties that were like to star systems. Ever since. Moons without planets. Planets without suns. I catalogued what stood on the surfaces of what is the seaside and outward. And symbols of paintings and photographs. I've gone out and realized the alternative possible things as dry, sightable facts. Perhaps the journey. Perhaps yours. My name is Dr. Valor Quince. I need you to remember that name, because what follows is my account. I need you to know the opinion of someone who spent his entire career survey vessel 231 days into a 300-day deep space survey run past the outer boundary of our solar system. 6 of us total. Myself and Captain who's been piloting deep space vessels for 19 years, and carrying small life talismans from a dozen different cultures in her bunk, which she called insurance, and which I used to find charming. Kellen Drake, our xenogeologist, a quiet, precise man who studied Oryx Talven, who had designed and built sensory stories of intimacy of someone who built it piece by piece with his own tools. Our linguistics expert spent 20 years decoding military, broad-shouldered, with a calm that wasn't the same as Naira's calm. Hers came from experience. His came from a decision he'd made somewhere along the way that the universe was a physical place, and that anything that seemed otherwise was a misunderstanding, waiting to be corrected. I respected that. He was wrong about the most difficult this mission. I was in the observation bay. Dismissed as instrumentals and looking carefully. I wasn't looking carefully because I could carefully as I the ship source, roughly the mass of a mid-sized moon, moving through space in a stable, elliptical path. That alone was alarming. Rogue moons are real. Actual scientists at Cornell have calculated there may be more free-floating moons wandering our galaxy than there are free-floating planets. Billions of them stripped from their host worlds during the gravitational violence of young solar systems and flung outward into permanent dark. A lone moon in deep space was not surprising. The problem was what it was orbiting. Not a planet, not a star, not a brown dwarf, not a black hole, not any detectable mass I could identify. It was traveling in a perfect, stable ellipse around a point in space where there was nothing. Empty coordinates. Vacuum. I checked the instruments, ran the scan again. Then a third time. The instruments were functioning correctly. The moon was circling nothing. I sat with that for 20 minutes before I accepted it, and then I went and got nearer. She looked at the readings for a long time. I watched her face go through something careful and controlled. The way her face went when she was deciding how to feel about a thing, rather than just feeling it. Then she looked at me. Then she looked back at the readings. Then she said, quietly, alter course. We need to see this. We reached visual range 2 days later, and everyone came to the observation bay, which never happens because we're professionals, and deep space is usually dark and featureless, and after 11 years you stop crowding around the window. Everyone came, I remember that. We all wanted to see it. It was almost entirely black. Not the dull charcoal grey of most rocky bodies, but deep, total black that seemed to work against the eye, pulling focus toward it and giving nothing back. It absorbed light, rather than reflecting it. The surface had no craters, which was wrong. Anybody that old should have been pockmarked by billions of years of impacts. The poles had pale streaks running north to south, as if something had dragged itself across the stone from end to end, and left a mark that time hadn't touched. It hung in the dark, circling its invisible point, and nobody said anything for almost a full minute. Then Oryx went to his senses and didn't come back for 2 hours. When he did, his face had a look I hadn't seen on him before. Not fear, but the specific expression of a man who has just found the edge of his framework and is staring over it. He said, the gravitational shadow is real. Whatever was at the center of this orbit is gone, but it left a shape behind, an outline, the kind of absence that has dimensions. He said it wasn't the aftermath of destruction. When something is destroyed, it leaves evidence. Debris, dispersed energy, residual heat, something. This left nothing. Not scattered into pieces, not burned out, gone the way a word is gone when you erase it from a page. Whatever had orbited at that center point hadn't been destroyed. It had been removed. I asked him what could be done. He said he didn't know. He said he wasn't sure. He said what could do was something physics currently had room for. That afternoon he came to me. The mineral composition was already separated. He said nothing for a minute. Then he said the stone was wrong. The usual position was wrong. Wrong the way something was wrong. To understand it. The way geologists date rock is by tracing radioactive decay over moon timescales. They use the laws of physics as a clock, because as the laws of physics are the same everywhere. He said the mountains can be
Stop facing the situation.
as in the rocks formation before the conditions required to form it existed, like finding a scar on someone's skin that predates their birth. He said this stone didn't form in this universe. He said it the way you say something when you've been talking yourself out of it for hours. The suit sensors were normal. Readings were unremarkable. There was something in the quality of the silence that I'd never felt on any other body I'd stood on. Deep space has its own silence. Like the silence in the room that was silence when you stop making noise. The absence of sound and the presence of silence. Tazric did his perimeter sweep, 500 meters in every direction, instruments running, professional and methodical. He came back and said the area was clear. I logged it. Clear. What I didn't log was what I noticed as he was finishing his sweep. Far out across the flat, obsidian plain, maybe 400 meters from where we stood, there were shapes, tall, dark, absolutely still against the darker dark of the horizon. I almost wrote them off as rock formations, columns of stone, unusual possible. There were 4 of them, spaced, in the same height, second level, position, less like geology, more like posture. I noted them in my personal log, but said nothing to anyone. Kelly found scenes with him half an hour, straight lines, right angles, deliberate geometry of something. He ran his instruments over them and looked up at me with an expression I now recognize as the face of a man realizing the scope of what he's found before he's ready to say it out loud. He said, told me something she said she realized it. The speaker assistant checked structure. She said it felt like a question when she got out the language to answer. She asked her. I told her I looked into it. She let it listen to me. I thought about the fact that listening to something. I haven't told anyone because I've been telling myself it was fatigue. All the observation between the and some hours in the observation bay. Emotions, stimulation, explanation. I was very committed to it. I let it go at that. I wish I hadn't. The explanation took 3 days. Clear the cycle methodically. You don't rush something you know is irreplaceable. You don't rush something that makes your hands feel strange just for the proximity to it. What emerged from beneath the surface was architecture, not ruins. Architecture. Intact, deliberate, precise on a scale that was genuinely difficult to process in real time. The walls were smooth, the seams between stones fitted so tightly that Kaelin could not get an instrument blade between them. The doorways were 12 meters high. Everything was the same deep black as the surface stone, as though the building material in the moon it was buried in had been sourced from the same place. Rich as it was already had, though not a place any of us had a framework for yet. The interior walls were covered with inscriptions. Floor to ceiling, layer his skin heals over a scar it's been carrying for too long. Sorrel stood in front of the first wall for a very long time without speaking. I stood next to him and watched him read something that wasn't a language. Understand something. It's being said to you even though you can't know the words. Time. We gave him time. While he worked, Caleb went deeper. The city. It was a city. If nothing about it. The first level. He went down. Level after level. Spaces that might once have been meant for gathering. If you could use a word like gathering for something you had no context for. The deeper Caleb went, the more the geological layers contradicted themselves. Rock that should have taken millions of years to form was sitting on top of structures that should have taken millions of years to build. The relationship between the stone and the architecture was right until on the fourth day, at the deepest accessible level, he stopped walking and stood in the middle of a corridor and said into his comm, "I need to tell everyone something." We gathered in the outer chamber. Oryx patched in from the ship. Kalin said it plainly, the way he always said difficult things. Directly, without softening, because he believed that softening facts was a form of lying. He said the geological layers did not form before the city was built. The geological layers formed after the city was here, around it, on top of it. Slowly, over an incomprehensible span of time, the rock of this moon grew around its structures the way sediment builds up around an object onto the sea. The city didn't sink. The moon was built around the city. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then I said, almost to myself, to contain something. Kellen said, yes, that's what the readings suggest. At the deepest point I could reach, there's a heat signature coming up from well below the floor. Faint, rhythmic, very slow, like a pulse that's been stretched so thin by time that one beat might take a century. Something like always, because he checked the perimeter on the way in, checked it again on the way out, and he never skipped a step. I watched him on the external feed while I worked. I watched him do his route, his boundary, south, west, north, methodical and steady. I watched him stop. He stopped about 300 meters from the shutter and stood completely still. He stood still for a long time. He stood at first, so he stopped sometimes when he was investigating. I waited for him to move. He sat with it for a while. Then he said, one of them was in my path. One of the shapes from the plane, standing right in front of me. About 3 meters tall. No eyes, no face.
Let's do it again.
Just form, just presence. He said he stood there and looked at it, and it did nothing. Didn't move toward him, didn't make a sound, didn't react to his light or his comm or any input at all. He said it felt like standing in front of something that was simultaneously paying complete attention and having no particular feeling about what it was paying attention to, like being read, like being a document. He said I told the bridge to check camera 4. I looked it up right then. I pulled the footage from camera 4 at the timestamp. The footage showed Tazric standing alone on the plain, his light cutting a cone of illumination out of the dark. Nothing beside him, nothing near him, nothing anywhere in the frame except rock and dark, and Tazrik standing still. I've watched that footage many times since. Each time I find myself focusing on the edges of the frame, the places the camera didn't quite reach, the dark just outside the cone of his light. I don't know what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking for proof that it was there. I think that's preferable to the alternative, which is that what was there didn't need a camera to tell it where to stand. Tazrik said one more thing before he stopped talking about it entirely. He said, "It looked at me like it was writing something down." That was the last thing he ever said about it. Sorel finished the full translation on day 6. He'd been working through 2 consecutive nights, and when he came to find me in the morning, he moved like a man carrying something that had changed the way he held his body. He sat down across from me and put his notes on the table, and looked at them rather than at me when he spoke. He said, "The inscriptions aren't a record of whoever built this place. They aren't a history of the Ivrim. That's what they call themselves. That word appears more than any other, and it means something close to what was before the first thing. The inscriptions were written for us. Not for us specifically, for whatever came next, for whoever found this place. There's a tradition to it," he said. "Every species that survived long enough to read the walls left an addition, a new layer on top of what was already there, written in their own language or symbol system, all saying some version of the same thing. A chain of warnings going back so far that the earliest ones predate any language on Earth by billions of years." He said the tone shifts depending on the layer. The older ones are sad, the middle ones are urgent. The most recent ones, the ones added last before us, are just sorry. He read me the translation of the outermost, newest layer, the one written by whatever species was last before us. I'm going to tell you what it said because I think you should know, and because sitting with it alone for 8 months has done nothing good for me. It said, "You are not the first. You are nowhere close to the first. We were not the first. We do not know how many came before us, and we do not know what happened to most of them after they reached the lower levels, because by that point, a different record was being kept. We are leaving this for you because someone left it for us and it did not save us. But perhaps the accumulation of all of us leaving it will eventually save someone. Doubt it. We've learned enough here to doubt it, but we are leaving it because it is the only thing left here. Leave this place. Before the count ends. Before the last sentence is read. We cannot tell you what follows the last sentence because we did not let ourselves read it. Do not read it. Leave, and do not tell anyone what you found here, because everyone who learns of this place eventually comes to it. And coming to it is the beginning of the end. We are sorry. We hope you do better than we did." I asked Sorel how old that layer was. The most recent one. The one written by whatever species was last before us. He said, "Roughly 300 million years old. 300 million years since the last species found this place. In the time between them and us, dinosaurs rose and went extinct, and the first humans stood upright and built fires and buried their dead and wrote their own histories and sent ships into the dark, and the witnesses stood on the obsidian plain and waited, because waiting is what they do, because they've been waiting since before the concept of waiting needed a word. The figures, Sorel explained, were called the witnesses in the earliest layers of the inscriptions. They had been here before the city, before the moon, before everything got to the trace. Witness is best to be translated across gulf of time. Strangeness, most translation frameworks meaningless, was to observe and record every civilization before this place, every word spoken, every action taken. Witnesses catalog. The catalog they were building was not history.
future.
The deepest one. The final inscription at the very bottom, the lowest accessible chamber. He went still in that way he had. He said, "There's a passage at the very bottom." He knew that the rest there on measure, still etching the same measure. Weights, the counting ends when the expression begins the sentence. No one follows. So he stopped there. He read the first sentence before he understood what it was. He stopped. He read the second sentence, told him he was going to. He told him that's exactly right. I asked him what he thought the second sentence said. Specific tension of serious professionalism as a way to top something that we otherwise can't. He said the subsurface has to change. The signature. Not faster than the way a heart rate increases. Different reality. He searched for the colors. He said, "You know the difference between the lives and the sea. Something is just that's what the movie is. He said, she said, "Everyone back to the ship. Right now, leave the equipment. Leave everything. Back to the ship. And we leave orbit." I've been in dangerous situations to know the difference between a commander issuing a proportionate order and a commander issuing an order. Something that hits you below the intellect, in the part of you that still carries the memory of being small, exposed in a world that didn't care whether you survived it. That's what happened when I saw the reading. Trying to find a way to describe what the change looks like. The best I can do is this. Quality you see in certain readings that suggest that not many is a physical process. Some people says,
myself.
silence. After he said that was the silence. Stood in the doorway for a long time. He told me that it was cold. It was like cold in the ship's temperature sensors. Just resistance. He stood there long enough that they came looking for him. And they found him. He was just standing in the doorway, staring at a room that looked completely normal and completely wrong. the same time. I pulled the door shut. He didn't argue. Neither of us mentioned it to the rest of the crew. There was nothing useful to say. I want to tell you what Oryx told me the night before we reached the inner system again. He'd been working through everything since we left, running the numbers on the orbital center, the gravitational shadow, the mineral composition, the readings from below the moon's core, trying to build a complete picture from the pieces. He came to me and laid it out with the same careful precision he used for everything, because Oryx didn't have a mode where he wasn't precise, even when precision was frightening. He said, the moon is not orbiting empty space. It's orbiting a gravitational remnant, the last trace of something that no longer exists. And based on what we know about how remnants of that kind are formed and how old this one is, there's only one explanation that accounts for all of the readings. The thing at the center of that orbit was the last surviving fragment of a universe that existed before ours. He let me sit with that and he said, physicists have real frameworks for this. It's not speculation. Conformal cyclic cosmology, the Big Bounce, eternal inflation, legitimate theories held by serious people. The idea that what we call the Big Bang was the rebound of a previous universe that had contracted to a point, and that the birth of our cosmos was the death of another one. If that's true, and something existed in the universe that came before ours, something old enough and strange enough that it wasn't subject to the physics that died with the previous universe and rebooted with ours, then it would have survived. The universe before ours would have ended, and ours would have begun, and that thing would still be there, unchanged, waiting in the new dark, the way it had waited in the old one. He said, the Avrim didn't come to this universe. Our universe formed around them. They were never born, and they will never die because they predate every framework that includes the concept of death. The moon is a prison built from the bones of a dead cosmos, and the beings inside it have been watching every universe that has ever existed burn and go cold, and they will watch ours do the same. I asked him how many universes he thought they'd seen. He looked at the wall for a while. He said, I don't think that question has an answer. I think the number is whatever comes before the concept of counting. I think they were there before anyone knew that time was a thing that could be measured. I've been home for 8 months. I filed a report. I gave testimony. I was asked many questions by people in rooms with no windows. I answered all of them as accurately as I could, and I have not heard anything back, which is either a good sign or the kind of silence that comes after a decision has already been made. Without you. Tazric is out of the field. He doesn't say why. He answers messages eventually, but the answers are short, and the Tazric who replies doesn't feel quite like the Tazric who walked onto the Arindis. Kaelin took a post on an Earth-based research program studying tidal geology on Europa, close to home, the kind of work where you can be done by evening. Sorrel teaches now introductory linguistics at a university in the Northern Hemisphere. He is good at it from what I hear. He does not discuss alien languages. He does not discuss the mission. Oryx left astrophysics entirely, and I don't know where he went, only that he isn't reachable at any address I have for him. Naira still hears the tone. She told me this 3 months ago, the last time we spoke. She said she'd stopped treating it as a problem to be solved, and had started treating it as a presence to be lived with, the way you live with the sound of the sea when you move somewhere coastal. At first it keeps you up, and then one day you realize you'd miss it if it stopped. She said it had changed. Not louder, not different in frequency, but different in quality. She said it sounded less like a question now. I asked her what it sounded like. She said, patient. I still check the long-range survey data. I still look for the moon. It has moved from the position we left it in, not following the orbital path its own gravity would predict, but in a new direction slowly, The way something moves when it is finished, whatever it was doing, in the place it was, and has decided it is time to go somewhere else. The sun has about 5 billion years left. The universe will last far beyond that. Cosmologists talk about timescales so vast, the numbers become meaningless. Heat-death scenarios trillions of years from now. There is no immediate cause for concern. Whatever is beneath that moon is old enough that 5 billion years is nothing to it. A held breath, a pause between one thought and the next. There is time. I keep telling myself there is time. But I think about what Sorel translated. The sleep was yours to believe in. And I think about the witnesses turning in unison to watch us go, adding our departure to a count they've been keeping across the lifespan of universes. And I think about the tone that came back with us in the ship and never quite left, that lives now just below the range of ordinary hearing, that I notice most in the small hours when everything else is quiet. And I think about what the Hollow Sovereign is, the oldest Averim, the thing the moon was built to contain, the thing that was sleeping under the stone, and that Sorel's translation told us was never really sleeping at all. A colossal thing whose body is made from the frozen pieces of the universe that died before ours. A thing that has been in the dark since before our galaxy was gas, since before the first star of the universe before ours was gas, since before the question of whether there would ever be light had an answer. That thing knows we were there, knows our names, our species, the specific shape of our curiosity, and our inability to leave well enough alone. The witnesses wrote it down. The tally advanced. And somewhere between the lower levels of that buried city and the cold equipment bay on a ship that is now docked and quiet, something came back with us that is taking its time deciding what it would like to do next. I still go to the window at night. I look at the sky the way I have looked at it since I was a child, with love, with the specific love you develop for something vast and dark, and full of things you don't understand yet. That feeling hasn't left me. I don't think it will, but it sits differently now. It sits next to something else, something that knows the stars I'm looking at are young, that knows our universe is young, that has watched the last light of older universes go out the way you watch a candle, with patience, with the full attention of something that has nowhere else to be, and nothing left to fear, because there was never anything to fear in the first place, only to wait, only to remember, only to watch the light go out again, and in the dark between one universe and the next, in the silence where something that was never alive and will never die holds everything that ever existed, and whatever passes for its memory, to be present the way it has always been present. Before the first thing, after the last, still there, still watching, still waiting for you to read the last line. Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff and pushes my videos to new viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free, and you can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. NASA contacted me on a Thursday, not through any official channel, not through the secure agency portal I had used on every prior mission. A man called my personal cell phone at 7:42 a.m. He introduced himself as Tori Miles, Director of Legacy Operations, and he said he had a job for me. I am K-Lord Dre. I'm 38 years old, I've spent the last 11 years of my career as a deep systems recovery specialist, which is a title that sounds impressive in itself. What it means practically is that I close things down. The moment I have it, it's go get it. Everyone knows a platform runs out for Korea and keeps broadcasting on an emergency frequency for 6 years. Because nobody filed the shutdown paperwork. Go shut it down. Decommission 3 facilities on Mars, 2 on the far side of the moon, and 1 deep orbit relay station that has been unattended since 2031. I'm calm under pressure, methodical by nature.
Alright, unleash the cannons!
Do not rattle easily. Torn miles wrapped me within 2 years ago. Told me that a research station on Pluto called Erebus had been running unattended for the better part of 50 years. He told me the original shutdown order had been delayed repeatedly for reasons he could not get into over the phone. He told me the mission parameters were straightforward. Fly out, assess the facility, recover any materials of interest, and decommission the structure permanently. He said it like a man reading from a card. He said it the way people say things they have rehearsed, because saying them unrehearsed is harder than they want to admit. Then he told me there had been a transmission. He said that 3 days ago a low-frequency relay station in deep orbit had received an emergency signal from Erebus. He said it was audio only. He asked if I wanted to hear it, and I said yes, and he played it. The recording was 53 seconds long. The voice in it was tired in the way that people say not desperate, not panicked.
Stand still or
Thin
silence.
at the edges.
Test subjects may experience dizziness, confusion, and death.
He gave the station identifier. He said he needed help. He said there were things in the station that needed to be known about before he made decisions about what to take place. He said each word placed with intention, like a man who had thought about this particular sentence for a long time. And then, near the end, his voice changed. Careful steadiness, and it broke open just slightly. The surface breaks with something beneath it has been pressing it for too long. He said a name. He said I knew the voice before he said it. He knew it anywhere, in any condition, under any circumstances. I spent 27 years in a very specific way to make it work. Really didn't come out of that speaker and let me somewhere. Language, somebody with nothing to do with emotional processing, professional closure. My father, Douglas Dre, 14th October 1988. I was 11 years old. He was killed in a vehicle accident on a state highway outside Houston on a wet Tuesday night. And I stood at his funeral in a borrowed tie and watched them lower the casket and take him out. And I carried that day with me for 27 years, the way you carry certain things. Quietly, without setting them down, without ever quite getting used to the shape of the space they
Unleash
left.
the cannons!
Aaron Miles pulled up the personnel file on his screen while I sat across from him in a concrete building outside Houston that was not on any map I had ever seen. He showed me my father's record. Douglas Dre, communications technician, cleared for low orbit work only. No deep space assignment history, no Pluto clearance, no connection to Erebus in any document NASA had ever filed. He had never officially been there, and yet 3 days ago his voice came out of a speaker from the edge of the solar system, asking for help, and said my name. I took the mission. Torren Miles was not what I expected from a man with that title. He was heavy-set, soft-spoken, and looked like he hadn't slept properly in several years. He had the particular stillness of a person who has been managing a complicated secret for so long that managing it has become indistinguishable from who they are. He met me at that concrete building surrounded by dead grass and chain-link fencing, the kind of facility that advertises its own unimportance so that nobody looks too closely at what it actually contains. Inside, the hallways were plain and fluorescent lit and smelled of recycled air and old carpet, and every person I passed in them moved with their eyes slightly down, the practiced incuriosity of people who have been trained not to notice things. When I pushed him on the delay, when I asked why a shutdown order for a classified research station had been sitting unexecuted for 47 years, he looked at the table between us for a long while. Long enough that I counted the seconds without meaning to. Then he said that every time a team was scheduled, something came up that changed the decision. He said it was complicated. He said it had always been complicated from the very beginning, and that some situations develop their own gravity over time and become harder to resolve the longer they are left. His hands were shaking slightly, resting on the table. I noticed and chose not to say anything. The mission file I was given access to had clearly been reorganized. Pages were out of sequence. Dates in one section contradicted dates in another. Personnel records had gaps in them that someone had tried to fill with neutral placeholder language and had not quite succeeded. The original crew manifest for Erebus listed 6 names. 3 of them had been replaced with grey designation codes that told me nothing. The 3 remaining names were Dr. Senka Vale, lead xenoatmospheric researcher, status listed as unknown; Marlowe Roon, chief of security, status listed as deceased since 1993, cause given as cardiac event, age 41; and Douglas Dray, communications technician, status listed as deceased since 1998, cause given as unrelated accident. Unrelated. That was the word they had used, as though the manner of his death needed to be clarified as having nothing to do with the facility, as though someone had been careful to put distance between those 2 things in the record. I asked Miles how my father's name ended up in a classified mission file for a facility he was never assigned to. He said he didn't know. He said it with the careful blankness of a man who does know and has decided not to say so. Then, he said that was part of the reason I had been chosen specifically, that my background made me the right fit, that there were elements of this mission that required someone with particular experience and particular resilience. I asked him what he meant by particular resilience. He looked at his hands. He said the facility had a complicated history, and that previous teams had found it difficult to complete the assignment once they arrived. He said he believed I would be different. I did not find any of that comforting, but I had already decided to go, so it did not particularly matter. My mission partner was a systems engineer named Yara Quill. She was 31, sharp, and already visibly unhappy about the assignment before I even introduced myself. She had the kind of face that did not hide what she was thinking, not because she lacked discipline, but because she had decided some time ago that pretending to be less worried than she was served no practical purpose. She had been given early access to the mission documentation for preparation, and she had already found something wrong in it. She brought it to me the night before departure. She laid it all out on the table in our shared briefing room with the careful precision of someone who had been turning it over in her head for hours and needed to say it to another person before she could be sure she wasn't misreading it. Small things at first. Timestamps in the navigation, pre-checks that referenced distances we hadn't travelled yet, routine maintenance logs with entry dates that didn't track correctly against the facility's power records. On their own, each one could have been a clerical error, a corrupted timestamp, a misfiled entry. She had told herself that for the first few hours. Then, she found the log filed from inside Erebus, dated 6 days from now. Someone had filed a maintenance report from inside an abandoned facility on Pluto, at a date that hadn't happened yet. I told her it was likely a timestamp corruption in the relay system. Systems that old sometimes drop anchors to the wrong point in a sync cycle. I said it with more confidence than I had. She said the same error appeared across 14 separate documents. Not one system, 14. She pushed the documents across the table toward me and said, "Whoever filed these from inside that facility 6 days from now already knows exactly what is going to happen on this trip. Either that, or someone with access to the deepest levels of this mission's file architecture, fabricated them and put them there, which raises its own questions. She looked at me steadily. She said, "I need you to tell me you have thought about the fact that Miles knows things about this mission he isn't sharing with us." I told her I had thought about it. She said, "Good. Then we can both stop pretending." Neither of us slept that night. The transit vessel was called the Meridian Claws. She was a long-haul deep recovery ship, functional and without comfort in her design, built to endure rather than to please. I had made long transits before, and I knew the particular kind of loneliness they produced, the way the silence of deep space becomes physical after the first couple of weeks, something you move through rather than something that simply surrounds you. I'd always been fine with that. I'd always found something honest about it, the universe stripped of everything decorative and reduced to what it actually was. This transit felt different from the third night. I started dreaming in a way I had not dreamed before. Not the dissolving dream that choice specific, architectural. I was walking on a curve that led to my bones and frequencies. The light was warm and orange tinted, and it made the walls look like the inside of something living. I was walking through a door at the end of it. The door had a heavy wheel lock, which could come I walked towards it and I never reached it. The distance did not change. I simply walked and the door stayed exactly where it was. And eventually I woke up with a specific layout of that corridor in my mind. Every detail intact. The kind of clarity that does not come from ordinary dreaming. I've kept a dream journal for most of my adult life. The dreams have always been strange enough to warrant documentation. Recurring places, recurring architecture, rooms I had never been in that felt more familiar than rooms I lived in. These were different in their specificity. These were somewhere. These were real. I did not mention them to Yara. Yara was not sleeping either. She was spending every available hour in the mission documentation, cross-referencing against the deep space relay records before departure. At the halfway point of the transit, she found something that made her come to my quarters at 2 in the morning and stand in the doorway with a lonely face that I had not seen on her yet. She had found a record buried in a stack of low-frequency relay timestamps that would have been easy to overlook, indicating that our mission had been logged as completed approximately 9 months ago. Not planned, not in progress, completed. The Erebus decommissioning was listed as successful. All site personnel returned safely. She handed me the document. I read it slowly. At the bottom was a personnel list for the returning crew. Kalo Dre, Yara Quill, Dr. Senka Vale, the scientist who has been officially uncontactable inside the banking facility on Pluto since 1987, was listed on a mission completion record as a returning crew member. The record had been filed 9 months before we left Earth. I set it down. I asked her if she had found anything similar in earlier records, anything that might indicate previous teams. She said she looked. She said there were fragments, really artifacts that meant the same kind of thing, but almost a decade, each one corresponding roughly to a period of shipments and schedule of the mission. She asked why. I said, if we learn those, then he sent us anyway. He sent us anyway. Then we need to understand what he actually wants from this mission before I give him any more information than he already has. She nodded. Then she went back to her quarters and I lay in my bunk and looked at the ceiling. I thought about my father's voice coming out of that speaker saying my name, and I did not sleep again for a long time. 2 days before orbital arrival, we received a transmission from the facility. We were not expecting one. The station had been essentially dark for decades, and nothing in the mission parameters suggested it was capable of initiating contact with an approaching vessel. Yara picked it up on the long-range receiver, put it into the communications console, and listened to its audio the woman's voice, measured, kind of calm that is not the absence of feeling, but the long practice knowledge. She said she identified our approach. She said she wanted to welcome us. She said she wanted us to know that the station was fine, that we did not need to be afraid of what we found in the lower levels. Pause long enough to be deliberate, then please don't go to the lower levels. The transmission ended. She said she was notified of our approach. Like, we were the only vessel in miles of space. Transmitted anything. No answer. She said don't go into the lower levels. She said she needed to say she was required to say that she knows we were going to. I still didn't realize it. Info from orbit was the most desperate thing I've ever seen. To be careful because hopes do not fully capture the radar does not capture the sound of it or the smell of it or the sound at the edge of something that goes forward. The surface is pale, stained in vast plains of electric stretch into the horizon. Mountains made of water ice rise from the lowlands at heights that rival the greatest ranges on Earth. They look carved, not grown, not geological in any way that feels familiar. They look deliberate. The whole world has the appearance of something that was never designed to be observed, and the observation of it feels faintly like a transgression. Scientists were genuinely shocked when New Horizons sent back its data in 2015. They had expected a dead, static world. What they found was a place still actively changing, still geologically alive in ways that should not be possible for something this far from the sun. The nitrogen ices in the heart-shaped plain called Tombaugh Regio cycle every single day, subliming from solid to vapor in the dim sunlight and refreezing in the dark, driving winds across the surface at speeds of up to 20 miles per hour. The plain itself sits in a basin nearly 2.5 miles deep, and the water ice mountains along its edge may actually float on top of the nitrogen beneath them, the whole surface in slow, perpetual motion. A world at the edge of the solar system, in temperatures that average negative 387 degrees Fahrenheit, with an atmosphere 100,000 times thinner than Earth's. And it is not dead. It has never been dead. It just moves at a scale that is hard to perceive. Erebus Station sat in a shallow basin near the edge of that plain. From orbit it looks small, a cluster of pressurized domes, connected by sealed corridors. Solar collection rates through frost. Station stands still black, slow, impatient light. Something was running down there. Something had been running for 30 years past the point when every system should have failed. Yara noted that the power consumption readings were not slightly elevated. They were 3 times higher than anything the facility's documented system should require. The reactor listed in every file as running on minimal standby was drawing power at a rate that suggested active operation on the scale of the station's listed equipment. Not something was using that power. Something needed it. The exterior of the station was worse up close. Frost damage, micro-impact scarring across every surface, sections of outer paneling warped by decades of thermal cycling. A Plutonian year lasts 248 Earth years, and the seasonal changes it produces are severe enough that the atmosphere itself partially freezes and falls as snow onto the surface during the long, cold periods, nitrogen and methane settling into a world already made of ice. 50 years of that had left marks on every exposed surface of the station, but the structure was intact, more than intact. There were sections of the outer hull where old damage had been smoothed over, repaired in ways that did not match any of the maintenance tools in the facility's listed inventory. Joints that should have failed decades ago were sealed. The station had been taken care of from the inside. We prepared to override the airlock manually. Then it opened. We had entered no code. We had triggered no sensor that we could identify. The lock cycled and the outer door swung open, as though someone on the inside had been watching for us. And the interior of the lock was clean, and the atmosphere sensors I held up read warm, pressurized air, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, fully oxygenated, as though the station had been maintaining itself for exactly this moment. The corridors were long and curved, lit by overhead panels running at a frequency that was slightly wrong, slightly below the threshold of comfortable, close enough to normal that you could not immediately say what was off about it. Like a color that is almost the right shade but not quite. The floors were clean, personal effects were arranged along the walls and on the surfaces with a precision that suggested habitual placement over a long time. A jacket hung on a hook beside a door, work gloves folded on a shelf, equipment cases stacked in the corner of a junction with a care that implied someone expected to return for them. Every object in those corridors occupied its space as though it had always been there and intended to remain. Yara moved through it all with her camera running and her face very still, the controlled focus of someone who is frightened and has decided that documentation is the most useful thing fear can be converted into. I walked beside her and tried to inventory what I was seeing, and tried even harder not to acknowledge what I was feeling, which was familiarity. The specific curve of the main corridor, the spacing of the doors, the way the junction opened into the wider common space ahead of us. I had been here, not visited, not toured, not seen in a photograph. Been here. Walked this exact corridor in my sleep more times than I could count, always moving toward a door at the end of it, always falling short. I kept that to myself. The common room had a table, set for two. Food that should have been spoiled, no physical right to be anything other than spoiled. I was sitting in two plates without any sound. Two glasses of water, not enough. Two sets of utensils placed with deliberate care. The table had been set for our arrival. Someone had known that we were coming. Someone had known how many of us there were, and had prepared for us as guests. I stood there for a moment, longer than I meant to. I heard movement in the corridor. She was standing at the end of the light, watching us. Dr. Sankadeo was 92 years old, according to the personnel file. She looked perhaps 45. Dark hair, unlined face, a kind of stillness in the body that does not come from youth, but from decades of learning to be very quiet in a very particular place. Her eyes were the specific calm of someone who has done an enormous amount of waiting, and has made peace with most of it, but not all. She looked at me with those eyes, and she said my name before I had a chance to introduce myself. Then she said, "You look so much like him. I've been watching your ship approach for 38 days. I've had a great deal of time to prepare for this. I'm not sure it was enough." I asked what she meant. I asked how she knew who I was. She said, "Your father kept a photograph of me above his workstation. You, at maybe 8 years old, sitting on the hood of a car, squinting at the sun. He talked about you often. He missed you in the way that people miss things they cannot go back to." The silence after that was the longest I'd experienced in years. I said, as carefully as I could, "My father died in 1988. He said I had never been assigned to this facility. He said that according to our official record of existence, we had no connection to Pluto or to others." She said, "The record says I was present when the report was altered. Over the hours that followed, sitting in the common room with the untouched food still on the table between us, Vale told us what she knew. Some of it she gave her statements she came from having witnessed it. Some of it she had watched. months of long-term human presence in extreme deep space conditions, gathering data on psychological and physiological effects of extended isolation at this distance from the sun. The real purpose, the one that existed in no document that survived the funding cuts and fire pages of the early 90s, was different. Space listening arrays had been picking up low-frequency signals in the vicinity of Pluto for years before construction began. Signals that did not match any natural source anyone could identify. Not interference, not equipment artifact. Something repeating with a consistency that natural phenomena could not produce. People inside NASA, working under a classification level that does not appear on any public budget or any congressional record, decided to put people near the source. They found the source. Vale said, the thing in the lower levels was present before we built the station. Certainly was present before Pluto had its current geological form. It took 37 years to think about what it is. And the honest answer is that trying to assign a number to it is like trying to describe the distance to the edge of the universe to someone who has never left their own city. The number is technically available, but it communicates nothing. She said the crew called it custodian. Not because anyone decided on that name. They all began using it separately, without discussing it. The way you use a word you feel certain you have always known, as though it had been placed in your vocabulary by something that understood they would need it. In 1991, the was decided to investigate the house. They were gone for 18 hours. When they came back, they were physically unharmed. They ate dinner. They slept. In the days that followed, they were different. Not different in the way that produced alarm at first. Different in the way that a person is different after they've seen something that reorganizes their understanding of everything that came before it. They were quieter. They paid attention to small things in a way they hadn't before. One of them, a geologist, began spending long hours simply looking at the observation window, watching the nitrogen mist move across the surface in the dim light, watching the slow frost cycle and absorption that made the rest of the crew uncomfortable, without being able to explain why. He was not disturbed. He was not impaired. He'd simply become interested in something the rest of them could not see yet. After that, 2 crew members attempted to leave on the emergency return vehicle. The craft navigated perfectly to the launch window. The trajectory was clear. Then the navigation system, without indicating a failure or any message or any kind, they landed on a basin outside the station. They came through the airlock. They had no memory of departing. Their own physiological monitors showed no gap in consciousness. As far as their bodies were concerned, they'd simply taken a short walk outside. After that, nobody tried again. I asked her why she had stayed at the station. Why she had not gone wherever everyone else actually had. She said someone had to communicate language. Someone had to be present and coherent and capable of explanation when the right person eventually arrived. She said she volunteered. She said custodian asked her in the way it asks things, which she described as less a question of certainty than the quietest part of her mind. She said yes. She said she made herself waiting for 37 years, and that she did not regret it, that she was more tired than she had words for. She lifted her hands for a moment. Then she asked, "Does it seem strange to you that I am not afraid of you? That I have been alone here for most of my adult life, and you are the first new face I have seen in decades, and I feel no fear?" I said I hadn't thought about it that way. She said, "I feel relief. I've been feeling nothing but relief since I saw your ship, the long-range scanner, 38 days ago. And I've been trying to decide whether that relief belongs to me, or whether it was placed there." She said it without accusation. She said it as a genuine question she'd been sitting with for a long time. I did not have an answer for it. Yara found Marlowe Room the next morning. She was conducting a full system sweep of the eastern residential corridor, documenting every room, logging the state of every piece of equipment, working with the methodical thoroughness that I had come to understand was how she held herself together in a situation she could not fully control. She had her camera running and her recorder open, and she was moving room to room when she reached the door at the far end of the corridor and opened it. The room inside was on the manifest as unoccupied since 1993. The man inside was sitting on the edge of his bed, reading a paperback novel with the easy absorption of someone who has been comfortable with long silences for a very long time. He was old, genuinely, completely old, in a way that Vale was not, deeply lined and slow-moving, white-haired and thin-wristed, the particular oldness of a person who has lived past the point where they expected to, and is not entirely sure what to make of the extra time. He looked up when Yara opened the door, and he was not startled. He was not alarmed. He simply looked at her with clear and focused eyes, put a finger between the pages of his book to mark his place, and said hello. He told her his name was Marlowe Roon. He asked if she had met Senka yet. He said he'd been expecting them since Thursday, that Senka had told him they would come on Thursday. Yara said, "Senka told you? How long ago did she tell you?" He thought about it. He said a few days ago, maybe 4 days. Yara said, 4 days ago we were still 38 days out from Pluto. He nodded, as though this was not new information. He said, "She has always known things ahead of time. She has known things ahead of time since the early 90s. She says it comes from proximity, from being in a place where time does not always run in the direction you expect." Yara asked him how he was alive. She said it without softening it because that was how Yara asked things. She said his official record listed him as deceased in 1993. Cardiac event. She said she had read the file herself. He looked at the floor for a while. Then he said, "In 1993, I made a decision that the agency found inconvenient. There is paperwork that reflects the outcome they preferred." He said it without bitterness, as a plain statement of administrative fact. Then he said, "I did not have a cardiac event. I found something in the lower levels that I was not supposed to find, and I reported it to the right people. 2 months later, I was officially dead, and Senka was the only person left in this station who knew otherwise." I asked him what he had found. I asked him directly, sitting across from him in his small room with the worn novel and a bed beside him. Decades of uncounted days behind his eyes. Door at the bottom of the staircase. But I stood in front of it, and I felt something on the other side of it. I've spent 30 years trying to find words for. Something that was aware of me, the way the sun is aware of a plant. Not conscious of me specifically, not focused on me, but present in a way that made me feel simultaneously very small and very significant. Like being seen by something that sees everything, and finding out that being seen by something that sees everything is not frightening. It's something else, something I have no category for. He picked up his book. He said, I reported it. He said there was something alive in the substructure of the station, that the shutdown order should be reconsidered. 3 weeks later, I was dead on paper, and Senka was alone. He opened to his marked page. He said, "The novel is good, by the way. I have read it 9 times." That night, after Yara had gone to the systems terminal, and my father had not yet come up from wherever he was, I sat alone with Vale and asked her about Douglas Dre directly. She told me everything, the whole shape of my father was recruited in 1993. It was a replacement for a crew member, not for any standard channel. It was brought in on classified addendum information, arranged quietly by someone high enough in the agency structure to do it without the usual documentation trail, because of his specific expertise in low frequency transmission systems. Someone found Douglas Dre and brought him out. He arrived in March of 1993. He never left. Death in October of 1998. The accident, the highway, the funeral, the grave I had visited every year on the 14th of October for 27 years and stood at in all kinds of weather and talked to the way you talk to places where something essential is buried. All of it was constructed. Vale used the phrase personnel management solution, the formal clinical language of an agency that needed a file closed without drawing attention to why it was being closed. A fabricated incident, a body that was not his, a record sealed neatly over the top of a name that needed to disappear. I sat with that for a long time. I did not speak, and Vale did not press me, because she had understood for 30 years that some information needed to be received. When I asked, "Is it?" She said, "What depends." I asked, "Is he on low levels?" She looked at her phone. She said, "He went down in 2001." She said he had been studying the signal for years by then, and he believed he understood enough of what the custodian was to see it directly. I told him that in a few hours. He said it with the confidence of a man who's made a plan and trusts it. She watched him go down the staircase and she waited. And the hours passed, and then more hours passed. She eventually stopped measuring them the way she had stopped measuring many things over the long years in that station. He had been down there for 24 years. I went down alone. Yara sat with me in the common room at 2 in the morning while I told her what I was going to do. She listened with her hands flipped on the table. Steady. She said she was going. She said it clearly. Apology for great firmness. She said she'd been calculating the osmosis dot, and she was ready to absorb all of it, file it, carry it on, and deal with the implications of it for the rest of her career. But she's not going to stay on her levels. I told her that I was scared for her. Then she said, "How long do you want to wait before I consider something's gone wrong?" I said, 6 hours. She said, "I'll give you 4 and then I start making decisions." I nodded. I appreciated that she didn't say anything else. She could have said a number of things, and all of them were unreasonable, and none of them would have helped. I did not tell her that I'd been dreaming about those lower levels for my entire adult life. That I already knew the curve of the staircase before I opened the door to it. That I knew the specific temperature change that hit you 3 steps down. That some part of me had been walking toward whatever was at the bottom of that staircase, since before I had words for where I was walking. You cannot explain something like that without sounding like a person who needs help, of a kind that no mission specialist can provide. The entrance was in the basement of the main dome. A heavy steel door with a manual wheel lock that turned in my hands without resistance, as though it had been turned recently and deliberately kept easy. Below it, a staircase cut directly into the bedrock of Pluto itself, dropping down into a darkness that my headlamp pushed against, but did not fully reach. The air changed immediately. Not dramatically, not in the lurching way of a pressure differential or a chemical threshold. Subtly, warmer, stiller, and the quality of the silence changed, deepened from the near silence of the station above into something with more interior to it, the way silence has more interior in a very old building, as though the space itself has accumulated something over time. Not sound, the memory of sound, the way stone absorbs what happens near it slowly over centuries and holds it. The walls of the staircase were the original rock of Pluto, pale, dense, ancient, pale and dense and ancient, do not adequately convey. This rock had been here before the station above it, before any human presence in the outer solar system, before the first telescopes that identified Pluto as a point of light in the dark. It was the kind of old that makes the word old feel young. And it had been smoothed. No drill marks, no cut parting lines, no evidence of any process. Just a gradual, complete smoothing, as though something had been pressing gently, consistently against it for an enormous span of time. The rock, patient as it was, it eventually my depth gauge read 40 meters below the station floor when the staircase ended. I stepped into a chamber the size of a cathedral and stopped moving. My headlamp caught the far walls.
That looks valuable.
The ceiling above me, lost in the dark. The floor was the same smooth stone as the staircase walls, and there was a light, not from any fixture. In the rock itself, a faint, sustained luminescence that emanated from the stone at a level that would have been invisible if anything else had been generating light. But in the absolute dark of a chamber 40 meters beneath the surface of Pluto, it was enough to see by. A soft amber glow, even, sourceless, ancient, the light of something that had been generating it for longer than the surface above had been frozen. I stood at the edge of that light and I understood, in a way that bypassed whatever in me evaluates and considers and decides that I was not alone in my chamber. Not in the way that means another person is present, in the way that means something is present, in the way that the room is fundamentally about, the way a church is not empty, even when no one is in it, because the accumulated weight of everything that has happened in it over centuries has given the space itself quality. It's not quite presence, but it's not quite absence either. There's something in the center of the chamber. I need to be careful about the difference between what I saw and what I experienced, because they were not the same thing. What I saw, if I tried to describe it in purely visual terms, was a disturbance in the light. A place where the amber glow from the rock was different. Not blocked, not sourced, just different, like a place where the air itself had a different relationship to the light passing through it. A place where looking required a slightly different kind of attention than looking at the walls or the floor required. It occupied the center of the chamber without form, without edge, without any characteristic that I could inventory in the way I was trained to inventory things. What I experienced was something else entirely. I felt it notice me, not the way a person notices you when you enter a room, the way a very old forest notices rain, the way the ocean notices a stone thrown into it, a response that is vast and impersonal, and beneath the vastness and the impersonality, something that I can only describe as recognition, not of my face or my name, of something more fundamental, the particular frequency of a living thing, the specific signature of something that thinks and hurts and loves and loses and keeps going anyway. I felt it moving. I felt beneath that something that I was entirely unprepared for. I felt it breathe. Not from me. Something older. Something which is not memory the way humans can remember something larger and slower. The ability it carries when it was moved through it. There was grief in the past that took me. There was grief I recognized. Because I had carried the version of myself since I was a young. I stood in that for a long minute. Then I headed to find the father. My father was sitting against it, cold, thin hair through something that was not paying attention to their own life. His eyes were open, fixed on the center of the chamber, on the place where the light was different. It's a good quality of attention I'd seen. It was on something else. Quality of something which is almost everything. I couldn't see yet. His face was still. It's unconscious. His face was my face. All of my 30 years. All of everything that had happened between 1993 and now. I crossed the chamber. I sat down beside him on the cool stone floor. My legs were less steady than I would have preferred, but they held. He turned to look at me slowly, the way a person surfaces from deep water. His eyes found my face. and something moved through his expression that I have never seen on another person's face in my life, and do not expect to see again. Every feeling he had been carrying for 24 years arriving at once in his face. Grief and recognition, and a joy so tangled up with sorrow that they were indistinguishable from each other. He said, "You are older." I said, "So are you." He looked around the chamber, reorienting. He said he had meant to come back up. He said every time he prepared to leave, it showed him one more thing he did not have words for yet. He kept thinking that if he stayed a little longer, he would find the language for it, and then he would go up and tell Senka what he had learned, and bring it back to the world in a form someone could use. He said he had been thinking that for 24 years. I said, "Dad, it has been 24 years. He looked at the light in the center of the chamber. He said, "I know. I have known for a while. There is something about the way time passes down here. Not slowly, exactly. Fully. Each moment complete. It is easy to stay in it." He was quiet. Then he said, I'm sorry I missed everything. I've watched you down here in the way it shows things. I've seen you at every age. I saw you standing at my funeral when you were 11 years old. I saw you with that borrowed tie and I could not reach you, and that was the worst thing it ever showed me. I've watched you become the person you are, and I've been proud of you every single day without being able to tell you. He stopped. He said, I'm sorry that I got stuck. I said, I know. I said, we can go now. He looked at the center of the chamber for a long moment. Then he looked at me. He said, yes. He said it the way people say things they have needed to say for a very long time. Simply, without elaboration, yes. Before we stood up, before we made our way back across the chamber toward the staircase, I sat in that space for a moment and I tried to understand what I was in the presence of. I did not have the framework for it. I still do not. What I had was the feeling of it, the full weight of what it was to be in a chamber with something that had been alive in some form for longer than the outer solar system had existed in its current shape. Something that had been watching stars from this vantage point since before the sun had burned through its first billion years. Something patient enough to wait 50 years for the right person, and gentle enough to send that person dreams to help them find their way. It had no malice. It had no agenda that I could detect in any form that the word agenda applies to. What it had was attention. Enormous, ancient, undivided attention, turned on the universe the way a lighthouse turns on the sea. Not judging, not collecting, not building toward anything. Just present, just witnessing, holding the record of everything that had ever happened near it in the deep, still way that stone holds things. The way the ocean floor holds the record of every storm that has ever crossed the surface above it. I thought about the completed mission records in the relay system, our names on them, filed 9 months ago, before we ever left. I thought about the navigation system that brought 2 crew members back without their knowledge in 1991. I thought about the way the airlock had opened for us, the table set for our arrival, the corridor clean and lit and warm. It had been preparing for this moment for a very long time, not manipulating it, preparing for it, making sure that when it arrived correctly. It had been taking care of things. My father and I climbed the staircase together. He went slowly and I stayed with his pace without comment, and by the time we reached the station floor, his body had found something of its old steadiness. Not fully, but enough. Yara was at the systems terminal when we came through the basement door. She looked at my father for a long moment without speaking. Then she looked at me. She said, 3 hours and 52 minutes. I said, I know. She said, is he okay? I looked at my father. He was looking at the station around him with the expression of a man seeing a familiar place, after a very long absence, taking inventory of what had changed and what had not. He said, "I think so. Yes, I think so." Yara nodded. She turned back to the terminal and said, "Then come look at this, because we have a problem." She had been reading the full decommissioning order while I was below, not the summary version Miles had given us in the briefing. The complete document. She had been reading it carefully all the way through, and she had found the language that the summary had omitted. The order did not require shutting down the surface systems and recovering personnel. It required complete structural demolition. Every dome, every corridor, every sealed junction, the reactor, the communications array, everything. She pointed to the specific clause. Complete subsurface neutralization. All excavated structures to be sealed by controlled collapse. No exceptions for pre-existing geological formations, including the lower levels, including the staircase, including the chamber and everything in it. Miles had sent us to bury it. I stood at the terminal and read it twice. I read the language about pre-existing geological formations. I thought about what was in that chamber, and I felt something that was not quite anger and not quite grief, but was in the territory between them. The feeling of having been used in a way that was dressed up as trust. I said, "We are not doing it." Yara said, "I know, I already started preparing the counter documentation." She said it without looking up from the terminal, matter-of-factly, as though this had been decided, and she was simply executing it. She said, "The completed records in the relay system, the ones with our names on them. I've been thinking about them. I think it put them there. I think it has been putting records like that into the relay system every time a shutdown team has been scheduled, for the last decade at least, creating just enough ambiguity to cause another delay. Another review. Another reason to push the date back one more time." She said, "It has been protecting itself, but not just itself." She looked at me. She said, "It has been waiting for the right circumstances. And whatever those circumstances were, they required you specifically." I did not say anything. She turned back to her work and said, "Marlowe helped me understand the relay system's architecture. He knows this station better than anyone alive. He's been very useful." I found Rune in the corridor outside the common room, standing at the observation window that looked out over the nitrogen plain towards the distant mountains. He was watching the slow mist move across the surface in the thin light, the same absorption I'd heard described in Haddon's case 30 years earlier. The quality of someone watching something the rest of the world could not see yet. His paperback was under his arm. I stood beside him and we looked out to Pluto together for a while. The plain was vast and pale, and the frost cycle was in its daytime phase, the nitrogen subliming off the surface in thin drifting columns that caught the distant sun and dissolved. It was, in its way, beautiful. He said, "I've been looking at that view for 30 years, and I still find it remarkable. I still find it strange that a world this far from everything, this cold and this old, is still alive in it, still changing." He paused. He said, "I think I understand why it chose this place. If you were something very old and you wanted somewhere to exist without being disturbed, you would choose somewhere that looked, from the outside, like it was finished, like it had already become whatever it was going to be." He looked at the slowly drifting frost. He said, "Turns out Pluto had not finished at all. Neither had it." I told him we were not executing the demolition order. He turned and looked at me with those clear, focused eyes. He said, "Good." I was beginning to think no one would ever say that out loud. He asked what would happen to him now. Not anxiously, genuinely curious, with the particular ease of a man who has been officially dead for 30 years and has made his peace with uncertainty. I told him I would include his full account in the documentation. I told him he was coming home with us. He looked back out at the plain. He said, "Home." He said the word the way you say a word. in a language you used to speak fluently and have not spoken in a very long time. Not quite certain it still fits in your mouth the same way. He said, I wonder if it has changed. I told him it had. He said, so have I. He seemed content with that. The transmission to Miles took me 2 hours to write. I was careful and precise and honest, without softening any of it. I told him the facility was structurally sound and required no demolition. I told him 4 surviving personnel had been recovered. I told him there was an entity in the lower levels that predated the station by a measure I could not calculate, and possibly predated Pluto's current geological form, that it was not hostile and had never been hostile, and that the demolition clause of the Order appeared to have been written with the specific intent of destroying it. I told him I had read the full order, and I understood what he had sent us to do, and I was not going to do it. I told him the complete documentation of Erebus and of the Custodian, compiled from every source available to me, including the accounts of the 4 surviving personnel, and my own direct experience, was being transmitted simultaneously to a list of contacts that included several he had not authorized. Researchers outside the agency, colleagues in adjacent fields, people who would read it and make decisions about what to do with it on their own timelines, outside any structure that could bury it. At the end of the message, almost as an afterthought, I wrote, "My father says hello." I sent it. I turned off the receive channel for 48 hours. Then I sat in the quiet of the communications room for a while, in the hum of the station that had been running and waiting and keeping itself alive for 50 years. And I let myself feel the full weight of the last several days without managing it. The Meridian claws lifted off from the basin outside Erebus on a Plutonian morning. The nitrogen haze was thin, and the stars were visible. All of them, the full improbable number of them, without any atmospheric scatter to soften them, or organize them, or make them feel navigable.
Life's too short to live any other way.
were simply present in every direction. The universe as it actually was, before human beings built walls and roofs and electric light to make it seem smaller and more manageable. In the passenger compartment, me, Yara, who had not stopped documenting since we docked and would not stop until we landed, because some people express love through thoroughness, and this was how she expressed it. Marlowe Roon sitting very still with his paperback in his lap and the expression of a man trying to memorize the last view of a place he would not see again. Senka Vale, who had one bag and kept touching the strap of it and looking at her own hands as though she was checking whether they were real, and my father, who found the seat beside the port viewport and sat down and looked out. He watched Pluto as we climbed away from it, watched it go from ground to basin, to landscape, to continent, to hemisphere, to disk, to point. He did not look away until there was nothing to look at anymore, until it had become indistinguishable from the other pale points of the outer solar system, and then he sat with his eyes on the place where it had been for a while, before he looked away. Below, in the chamber 40 meters under the basin, in the amber light of ancient stone, the custodian continued what it had always been doing. The station lights were still on. The reactor was still running. The airlock was sealed, and the corridor was clean, and the table in the common room was still set, because it always had been, because something below it had decided to remain available, in case someone else needed to find their way there, in case someone else needed to be shown what the universe looked like from deep enough outside it to see the whole thing at once. I did not dream on the return transit. 38 days of complete, unbroken sleep, the first real rest I had known in years. I woke each morning feeling present and unencumbered. The corridor gone, the door at the end of it gone, the long unresolved navigation of my own unconscious finally resolved. I asked my father at some point during the quiet middle stretch of the trip whether the dreams would stop for good. He said he thought they only went to people who needed to find their way there. He said once you had been there, once you knew where it was, you did not need directions anymore. The way you stopped dreaming about home once you are home. I turned that over for the remaining weeks. I thought about what it meant that something ancient enough to predate the outer solar system had spent years sending specific, precise, architectural dreams to a man in his 30s so that he would be willing to make a 50-day round trip to the edge of the solar system. The patience of that, the gentleness of it, the very long calculation that led to the conclusion that the best way to protect itself was not force or deception, but simply making sure that the right person arrived with enough context to choose correctly. It had not been afraid of us. It had been waiting for us. There is a difference, and it matters. Yara came to find me one evening, about 2 weeks out from Earth. She sat down across from me and she said, "I've been thinking about what Roon said, about it choosing a place that looked finished." She said, "I looked it up. The sunlight on Pluto's surface is about 1,000 times dimmer than what you get on a clear day at home. The temperature averages negative 387 degrees. The atmosphere is 100,000 times thinner than ours." She said, by every metric we use to assess a world, Pluto looked dead. It looked like it had been finished for billions of years. She said, and yet, the surface is younger than the dinosaurs in places. The geology is still moving. The nitrogen heart cycles every day like a pulse. It was never finished. She looked at me. She said, "I think maybe that was the point. I think maybe it picked the place in our solar system that looked most finished, most over, most done, because it understood that things which look finished from the outside are sometimes the most alive on the inside, and it waited there for someone to look closely enough to find out." She looked at her hands. She said, "I think it picked the right place." Miles responded 11 days after I opened the receive channel again. The message was brief and formal and told me nothing useful. The decommissioning order was under further review. An independent assessment team would be convened a timeline to be determined. Personnel recovery had been logged as successful. He said the agency appreciated my professionalism under difficult circumstances, and I read that line 3 times because I found it genuinely remarkable in its inadequacy. He said nothing about the custodian. He said nothing about Douglas Dre, who officially died in 1998 and whose continued existence represented a documentation problem that I suspected several departments were already quietly failing to solve. He said nothing about Marlo Room, who officially died in 1993 and who was currently 3 cabins down from mine, reading a paperback novel for the 10th time and apparently enjoying it as much as the first. He said nothing about the files I'd sent outside the agency. He did not need to. He knew, and I knew he knew. Some things do not need to be said to be clearly understood. The Meridian Claws landed on Thursday morning. Room was the first one down the ramp. He moved slowly, giving each step the full weight of his attention. His body He stopped and stood on solid ground on the station floor. Breathing,
Can't be bound any longer.
Senkavale came next. She stopped at the door, closed her eyes and stood very still for a moment. Her face turned slightly upward, and I watched something in her that held very tightly for a very long time, release itself in small, visible degrees. Her shoulders dropping, her jaw unclenching, all accumulated armor of 37 years of solitary waiting coming off of her increment by increment in the morning air. Then, my father, he walked down the ramp and he stopped at the bottom, and he tilted his head back and he looked at the sky. It was a clear Thursday morning. The sky was that specific blue that only exists on this planet. Particularly blue that stopped as it has always been there. As the human eye adapts to this constant, it begins to see through it rather than at it. The blue that I had never in my life thought to look at, not once, because it was simply always there. He looked at it. He stood at the bottom of the ramp, and he looked at that blue sky for a long time. Not speaking, his face doing something I did not have a name for. Not joy exactly, not grief exactly. Something that contained both of them and was larger than either. I walked down the ramp and stood beside him. There was nothing to say, but the moment was not already saying better without words. Some things do not need imitation. Some things are meant to be stood together. For a while, he lowered his head and looked at me. He said, "I've forgotten what that song is." He looked up at the sky. Specific, ordinary, unremarkable blue that I've been looking past my entire life. He said, "I think I'm only just now seeing it." He put his hand on my shoulder, the way fathers do when words are not the right tool. When what is needed is simply the fact of presence, the undeniable physical reality of being next to someone. And we stood there in the morning light on solid ground at the bottom of a ramp at the edge of the only world either of us had ever called home. And we let the moment be as large as it was. I've thought a great deal in the months since about what lives in the dark beneath the surface of that pale and ancient world. About what it means that something billions of years old would spend decades carefully, gently, patiently arranging the conditions under which a man would choose not to bury it. Not commanding, not threatening, dreaming, setting a table, keeping a light on, waiting. I've thought about Senkavale giving 37 years of her life, the voice in corridor between something ancient and something human, and calling it worth it. I've thought about Marlo Room, sitting in a room with a novel he has read 9 times. maintaining his clarity, his dignity, his fundamental decency, fostering official existence. Because he was told something true, chose to stand by it, even when standing by it cost him everything. I have thought about my father watching Pluto shrink to a point through a porthole viewport, and the specific expression on his face when he finally looked away. And I have thought about this. Somewhere out there, past Neptune, past the Kuiper Belt, past the edge of anything we have ever considered close, there is a station still running, and a plane of nitrogen ice, lit from inside, warm, waiting, its reactor still drawing 3 times the power it should have. Its motor still going, its table still set, in case someone else needs to find their way there, in case someone else needs to stand with the presence of something that has been watching the universe long enough to understand that the most important things are not the things that last the longest, but the greatest, the things that keep the light on, even when no one is coming, especially when no one is coming. Because the custodian had been doing that since before our sun had finished forming, and it had learned something in all that time that we are only beginning to understand. That waiting, done with enough patience and enough care, is not passive. It is the most active thing in the universe.
Two arms, 2 legs, head. Pick that little one.
Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm knows that stuff and pushes my videos to our viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free. You can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. When astronomers found a star system filled with cloudy worlds, they expected alien life. Instead, they found billions of missing humans. Every world showed signs of sudden evacuation. Every meal was left unfinished. Every vehicle was abandoned. Every journey. Every moment's final news broadcast ended with the same sentence. It's here too. My name is Dr. Velas Quinn. I'm a cartographer. That is the most honest way I know how to describe what I did before this happened. Before I stopped being a scientist who documented things, came something closer to a man who cannot sleep without checking how to lock on his door. It's still the kind of thing that matters. I spent 22 years mapping exoplanets for the Interstellar Survey Division. New world found, atmosphere analysed, orbital distance logged, designation assigned. I was good at the work because I cared about it in a compulsive way that people who don't sleep very much tend to care about things. I kept handwritten logs alongside the digital ones because I didn't fully trust systems that couldn't hold in my hands. My colleagues found me less eccentric. I called it methodology. Some habits feel less like quirks, more like premonitions, once you understand what you are preparing for. I'm writing this from an apartment I moved into 6 weeks ago, in a city I'm not going to name, in a building with no external signage and a lobby where there's a key, a change every month. I'm writing this because every civilization I encountered in the Arisfold system left a message for whoever came after them. I owe them the same honesty, so I'm going to tell you what we found, and I'm going to tell you what it means. And then I'm going to tell you the thing I have not told anyone else. The thing I found in my own files 3 months after we returned home. The thing that made me start packing.
There!
But I need to start at the beginning.
I opened the way
You
back.
need to understand the scale of it before the details can do what they are supposed to do to you. 18 months
Nice
before
work.
we launched,
Now,
a long-range
let's
telescope
see.
array picked up something in
Looks
a
like
region of
that's enough
space we
power
had
to
been
open the
passively
main
scanning
portal.
for years. The first analyst, who reviewed the return, thought the instruments had malfunctioned. She flagged it for recalibration and went home.
This
The
place is
second analyst, who
incredible.
reported the same data the following morning, reached the same conclusion. Equipment error.
Look at
Log
it.
it. Move on.
Reactor
The
initialization
third
sequence
analyst
interrupted.
escalated it
Sorry.
and then escalated it again.
What
And
now?
by the time it
You're on
reached the department head's desk,
Diagnostics
it had been
complete.
cross-verified by
User
4
ineptitude
independent
exception
systems,
1189.
and the result had not changed.
Obstinate.
What the array detected
All right,
were
let's
atmospheric
do this.
biosignatures,
Completed.
oxygen,
Control again.
nitrogen, water vapor,
Well,
precise chemical features of a living world.
Initialization sequence interrupted. Again. Sorry.
Wonder if
Preliminary
Denial of actuality acknowledged. Solution deemed ineffective.
The department head sat in his office for a very long time before he called anyone.
unacceptable.
Here is what
Well,
you need
buddy,
to understand
it's
about
okay.
that number.
we're just here to,
Real science tells us
stop
that
you.
finding even one
You're
planet
literally
sitting
tearing
in the
apart the
habitable
fabric
zone
of the
of a star
Enough.
is rare.
You're
The
interfering,
habitable
Chief.
zone is that
Go
narrow orbital
away.
band where a world is neither close enough to its star to boil nor far enough to freeze, where liquid water can pool on the surface, where the conditions for life
This is
are
the price of your incessant desire to pry into things beyond your understanding. That's right. Inconsequential. I'll teach you myself. Recognize this?
roughly 40 light years from Earth,
Dreadful pirates
which had
and
7
mercilessly
rocket
slaughtered
craters,
over and
all
over
of
and
them
over
sitting
again.
inside the
Stabilizing
habitable
mechanism
zone.
reversed. This weapon's
Scientists
full
spent years
potential
arguing
is about to
how
become a
those
reality.
not support life. That was what extraordinary looked like. 3 candidates didn't let us down. 3 movies.
Harness the chaos of interminable space-time.
All of them had said all of them breathed the atmosphere. All of them inhaled water. All of them generated electromagnetic signals. Radio waves, television broadcasts, all of them the invisible noise of civilization that was existing. All of them showed the situations of insights when viewed
No alternative.
all of them completely still.
DDR stability 80%.
Which are the world of institutional science, is roughly the same as overnight. The vessel was the same as India, a deep survey ship that had done 4 prior runs in empty systems and was due for decommissioning at the end of the year. Command found the budget very quickly once they understood where we were going. I was needed to lead the extraordinary contact. My job was to document whatever we found with enough precision and enough detail. The specifics that job description to me is actually insufficient. The expedition was a woman named Mira Solbeck. She had spent 15 years in deep space military operations before transitioning to survey command. She carried herself with the particular stillness of someone who has been in enough emergencies to stop feeling calm and simple yet. The file described it as panic under pressure. I read that file 3 times and drew it. I was glad she was there. I became more aware as the mission progressed.
DDR stability
Testing conclusion
60%.
kept arriving, one after another. Waves that purged through the world's mind. I watched them try. More systems he was responsible for reconciling timestamps and pushing numbers across whatever rules were encountered. A job that sounds dry, it's a place dealing with multiple civilizations existing simultaneously across a single star system. Time becomes the most important and the most unsettling thing in the world. Boring was brilliant at the time, and profoundly nervous about almost everything else. It covered the nervousness with a dry, rambling humour that landed reliably enough that people kept hoping for it, too frightened to laugh. He talked when he was stressed, which meant that as the mission went on and the stress accumulated, he talked more and more, and the jokes got thinner and thinner, until near the end the jokes stopped entirely. He just talked steadily. Talked She was the person who brought to read what no one aboard could read, to decode the final words of civilizations we had never met, in languages none of us had studied. She was compassionate in the way of someone who pays complete attention to things, not warmly, not gently, but with a fierce and total focus that made whatever she was examining feel like it mattered absolutely. She was the one who read the last words first. She was the one who found the second sentence and then the third. By the end of the mission, she had barely slept in 4 days, and she would stop mid-sentence sometimes, look at nothing for a moment, and then continue as though she hadn't paused. I never asked her what she was seeing in those pauses. I think I was afraid of the answer. Holland Reese was our planetary survey pilot, the man who put boots on the ground. He was reckless in the calculated way of someone who has survived enough that he has started to believe danger has a kind of agreement with him, a gentleman's understanding that it will always announce itself before it arrives. He was charming in the effortless way of people who have never had to work at it. He filed his official reports with the rigor and precision of a professional, and then wrote footnotes that were consistently funnier than the main body, and the crew read the footnotes first every time. I want to be precise about what happened to Toby on this mission. I went slowly across 14 surface landings, across the years, and the great gap between the jokes and the silences that came after them. By the end, the gap was wide enough to fall into. He never once admitted he was afraid. I do not know whether that was bravery, or whether it was the only way he knew how to keep moving. And then there was Caliph Goss, a quantum historian. His job was to reconstruct the timelines of civilizations we found, to map their development from available records, and understand not just what they were, but how far they had come and what came next for them. He was the quietest person on the ship. He spoke slowly and with care, as if every word had been considered before it was offered. And the effect was that when he said something, you tended to sit with it for days. He reacted to most things with the calm attention of a man who believes that patience is the correct response to almost any situation. He found in those 11 years, changed his face and I had seen change before. Sleep, a controlled change. Watching the door close and realize he's never going to open again. We arrived at the Abbotsford system as they wanted. It was right away when the proximity they fired. I had not slept well on the transit out, which was standard for me. I was at my workstation running through the atmospheric scans we had gathered on approach. The first thing that stopped me before I had consciously registered what I was looking at was the oxygen in my head and the nerves into them. 21%. Standard Earth concentration. I checked the next planet's reading. 21%. I checked the third. I sat with my hands still on the desk for a moment and then pulled up all 11 readings on the same screen. 21% oxygen across every world. Nitrogen levels matching Earth to within a fraction of a percent. Water vapor consistent. Carbon dioxide consistent. The atmospheric composition, 11 separate planets orbiting a single star, 40 light years from Earth was functioning with a every person would say Called Mara. She arrived on the bridge within 4 minutes, looked at the readings without speaking for nearly 2 full minutes, and then quietly ordered a full system scan and told me to begin preparing surface approach protocols for Eris 1. She did not say what she thought. She didn't need to. The two of us had worked close to each other long enough, like a real sentences, almost as well as words. This one said, "We're going to be very careful, and we are going to document everything. And we are not going to assume anything until we have walked on the ground." The full scan took 6 hours and confirmed what the initial readings had shown, and then added to it. 11 worlds. 11 sets of techno-signatures rising off the surfaces, radio frequency bands, television broadcast channels, the electromagnetic signature of functioning power infrastructure. We detected artificial lighting on the night sites. We detected road networks. We detected the thermal bloom of dense urban centers. We could see the shape of civilization from orbit, clear and unmistakable, the way you can always see the shape of a thing when you are far enough away from it. We could not detect movement. Holland took the survey shuttle down to Aris 1 the following morning. Naira accompanied him. I stayed aboard to run the orbital scanners. Orin stood at the station tracking the timestamps in the surface broadcasts which had been running on loop since we arrived. Automated systems, faithfully repeating their last instructions, but nobody left to give new ones. Zafira was at the station with her headset on, listening. Her eyes tilted slightly in the way she did when she was passing something that wasn't quite resolving. They landed at the edge of the city. The shuttle camera feeds came to my monitor, and I watched Nira and Tolland walk out onto a road that was wide, well-maintained, and completely empty in both directions. Traffic signals ran their cycles overhead. Storefronts held their lights on. A fountain in a small public square sent water out into a basin with a sound the microphones on Tolland's suit picked up clearly. And that sound, water moving, the way water moves in places built for people, felt wrong in a way I could not imagine. It took me a moment to understand why. The sound was completely normal. It was everything around the sound that was wrong. They walked into the city. Tolland described what he saw over comms in the professional tone of a man filing a real-time report, which was exactly what he was doing. A restaurant with plates on the tables, meals in various stages of being eaten, silverware resting at the angles of interrupted use. A small park with a bench where someone had left a jacket folded over the armrest. A bookshop with store propped over this book. Prices marked, display. A bus stop with a schedule posted. Beneath the schedule, a handwritten note that Tolland photographed. But Zafira wouldn't translate for us until later because she was busy with something else. She said she had to read text. I should have pushed her to tell me right then. I didn't. Tolland picked up a newspaper from the rack outside the corner shop and read the date aloud. His voice was steady. I didn't understand yet why the date was going to matter. Then he said, without any particular reaction, his camera feed. At the far end of a long straight road, far enough that the figure was small. Someone was standing in the center of the lane. He was facing away from Tolland. It was completely still. Tolland said he was going to approach it. Naira told him to take it slow. He walked. The camera bounced with his footsteps. I watched the figure over the next few minutes as Tolland closed maybe 60 meters in the distance. Then he slowed. Then he stopped. It was quiet for a moment. He said it was gone. The road ahead was empty. It had been empty for as long as any of us could determine afterward, reviewing the footage at different frame rates from every angle the cameras gave us. There was no alley the path turned into. There was no doorway close enough. There was no gap in the storefronts for 100 meters in either direction. One frame it was there, the next frame it was not. No transition, no movement, just present and then absent. The way something is absent when it was never really there at all, except that we all saw it. His footsteps in the recording slow down at exactly the moment his footsteps slow when he sees something he don't understand. He said it was the trick light off. He said it lightly, casually, in the tone of a man closing a subject. Nobody argued with him. Nobody said yes. He was pure. Just quietly. That was the end of it. small details of how people design spaces where they need to be taken seriously and seen. He delivered a segment in a language not followed, where the first sports, professional, universal, reporting on things that people hear about before they go about their day. And then he stopped. He said 7 words that Sapphira had already broadcast ended. The loop began again from the top. Naira took the notepad from Sapphira's hand and read it twice. She folded it and put it in her jacket pocket. She told us to prepare for orbital transfer to Planet 2. No discussion. No processing time. We move, we document, we understand later. That was Nira. Aris 2 was identical to Aris 1. Same structure, density, the same geographic entities, the same type of electromagnetic output and the same frequencies, the same breathable air, the same still streams, and the same multimedia broadcasts, infrastructure, outlast, the us through it carefully. The calendar dates from the final broadcasts of Aris 1 and Aris 2 were different. The civilizations appeared to be at different points in their development, roughly 60 years apart by the reckoning he could establish from available records. Different years, different eras, 2 societies that would have no idea they were contemporaries, because by every local measure they weren't. But the universal timestamp, the absolute fixed measure of when, in the chronology of the universe, these events had occurred, was the same, down to the millisecond. Both civilizations, 60 years apart by their own calendars, had gone silent at the exact same moment in universal time. Orin explained this in a voice that was doing its absolute best to remain measured and clinical. He listed every technical explanation he could think of that might account for it. He described each one with complete precision, and then described why it didn't hold. Propagation variance, calibration error, relativistic drift. None of them explained a match this precise. When he finished going through the list, he stopped talking for a moment and looked at his notes, and then started talking again. Not about the timestamps this time, about something else. A study he had read. A paper about signal propagation he found interesting in graduate school, which had nothing to do with anything we were discussing, and which he talked about for about 90 seconds before he stopped again. It was quiet. Nobody offered an explanation to fill the gap. We didn't have one. We moved through the system planet by planet, and each world added its weight to the one before it. Every city intact, every street empty, every broadcast ending the same way. All the fourth words of Sapphira had stopped doing the single translation before she held up the notepad because we all knew what it was going to say. The fifth word had stopped writing the date and the number. Each time I grew because my hand was moving too slowly and the numbers felt like they were accumulating into something I didn't want to tally. Caliph called us together after our 5th survey. He set his notes on the common table. He stood behind me with a careful posture of someone who's been rehearsing how to say something and has decided the rehearsal is over. He told us what he had found in the historical records across all 5 civilizations. Every one of them had reached the same technological threshold, specific about what he meant by the same. Not approximately the same. Not in the same general range, but the same exactly, as if the description had been written once and applied to all five. Reliable, interplanetary, travel, established, operational, global communication networks, mature and integrated into daily life. Theoretical framework for faster online travel, developed and understood. Practical capacity for interchange. Every civilization claimed that precise height and stopped. Not because their records showed not because their news broadcasts in years before the end showed any sign of war, collapse or plague. Records showed normal life, interrupted, right up to the final broadcast. Normal life and then nothing. The way a candle goes out, all at once, no transition between burning and dark. Kane said he was beginning to think it looked less like coincidence and more like a ceiling. He said that ceilings, in his experience, tended to imply a structure above them. Naira asked him what he meant by that. He looked at her for a long moment. He said he'd been reading about something, a theory that had existed back on Earth for decades, proposed as a possible answer to a question that riddles modern astronomers. The question was simple. If the universe is as vast and as old as it is, and if the conditions for life arise as naturally as they appear to, then where is everyone? Where are the signals, the structures, the evidence of any civilization that ever made it, as far as we know? The universe should be full of voices. It was silent, quite silent. A fairly paradox. One of the answers people proposed was called the Great Filter. The Great Filter was the idea that somewhere between the beginning of civilization and the achievement of truly interstellar reach, something stops almost everything. Some threshold that almost nobody gets past. The debate had always been whether that threshold was behind us or ahead of us, whether humanity had already cleared the hard part, or whether the hard part was still coming. He said he was starting to think the filter on these 11 worlds was not something that happened to them naturally. It was something that happened to them specifically, something that waited until they reached a particular height and then acted, something that had been watching the approach. He stopped there. He said he wasn't ready to say the rest of it yet. He picked up his notes and left. Nobody filled the silence he left behind. We just sat in it until the shift change came and gave us somewhere to be. Tolland had been conducting surface landings the entire time. We moved through the system, and his reports arrived in my inbox with the regularity of a man who takes his work seriously regardless of what the work is showing him. The main bodies of the reports were precise and professional. Footnotes were mostly studied. At the bottom of each report, in a section he had quietly started labeling additional observations, he described what he was seeing. A figure standing on a pedestrian overpass above an empty highway facing a shot. Gone, he attempted to approach by vehicle. At 400 meters, under 2 minutes. Nothing on the overpass was arrived. No indication that anything had been there. Planet 4. The figure standing in the center of the midfield, completely motionless. Tolland descended 500 feet in the shuttle. The figure was there at 510 feet. It was not there at 500. No transition visible in the footage. We reviewed it 17 times. We noted this in the report the specific number of times we had reviewed it, which told me more about his state of mind than anything else in the document. Planet 5, 2 figures on an empty train platform, one at each end, facing each other. Tolland landed 50 meters from the platform entrance. By the time we reached the gate, both figures were gone. We checked every car on the train, checked the station building, checked the adjacent street. We found nothing. We filed this report with a footnote that said only, beginning to think the additional observation section might need its own document. There was no joke in it. That was how I knew. Planet 6 was where Zephyra found the second sentence. She'd been compiling and translating the final messages across every world, cross-referencing the translations against every linguistic database she had access to, and running independent verification on each one. She found it on Planet 6 first, written so small beneath the main message that she had initially catalogued it as a printing error, and a smear a shadow from the scanning process. She dismissed it and moved on. Then she found it again in the next words, finally. Same position, same scale, same careful compressed handwriting. She went back to Planet 6's record and looked more closely. Then she looked at every world she had scanned so far and found it on all of them in the same place, in writing so deliberately small that it seemed to have been added by someone who was afraid of writing it in a normal size and would draw attention to it before whoever would get to it. She came to my workstation. The ship was mostly quiet. She said she had seen the ship. She showed me privately. Before she told me, I was think about it first. She had seen it. She showed me the translations side by side. Across every civilization, every history. Check the answer several times. I asked her how she wanted to handle telling the group. She said she wanted to sleep first. She didn't sleep. I know because I didn't sleep either. I could hear her in the room next to me, moving around in the small hours. The sound of someone sitting and standing and sitting again. She told the group the following morning at breakfast. She read both sentences aloud and then folded the translation notes and set them on the table. Tolland made a joke. It was a short one. He smiled when he said it. The smile lasted about 2 seconds before his face did something I didn't have a name for, and he looked down at his food. Oren started talking. He talked about signal lag, about the theoretical mechanisms instead of transmission rather than transmission. Talk for several minutes. Partway through, he seemed to realize that what he was saying didn't matter, and that he was stopped mid-sentence and said sorry. He picked up his mug and held it in both hands without drinking from it. Naira said we were continuing the survey. She said it in a tone that was not an invitation for discussion, and nobody offered one. Inside was the planet. She chose to show room to room, in a methodical way he always did, settling the space for the night. The surface next door. We set up in a large office on the 4th floor, windows that face the main street below, and the neighborhood across it. He ran his equipment checks, his flash on, his footage of the day's surface, standard procedure, his professional procedures. He told me once that the reason he kept the small routines intact is got stronger because the small routines were We've been working for several hours when we got to the school. So we figured the school described his face in the report. Described it as not quite right, without being specific about what was not right about it. He said, distance, certain details about some of the proportional features. Figure held itself, created a feeling of clinical turned on the flashlight to verify the figure had been real, and not something his tired eyes had constructed. The figure was in the footage, standing exactly where he'd seen it. The timestamp showed it had been standing there for 11 minutes before he looked up from his screen. 11 minutes in which it had stood below his window in the dark and looked up at him while he worked, and he had not known it was there. He filed this in the additional observations section of his report. He noted that the window had been confirmed closed on his entry inspection. He noted that it was open a crack when he checked it after returning from the street. He offered no theory. He made no joke. He just documented it, with the precision of a man who has decided that the most important thing he can do right now is make sure the record is accurate, because the record might be all that's left. We reached RS9 10 days into the mission. I was working the basement archives of the government records building in the largest intact city when Nira called me on comms. Her voice had that quality I had come to recognize over the weeks. Not fear, not panic, but the sound of someone maintaining composure over something that is testing the maintenance. She said she needed me upstairs. She was standing in the center of a records room on the 4th floor when I arrived, holding a sheet of paper in both hands, with the careful steadiness of someone holding something they are not sure they should have touched. She held it out to me. The paper was in perfect condition. No aging, no yellowing, no physical deterioration of any kind, as though it had been placed in this room recently rather than sitting in an archive. On a world that had been silent for longer than we had been in space. At the top of the document, in the formal addressing style of an official letter, it was addressed to Nira Solvek, her full name. Not her title, not the expedition commander. The name she had not used professionally in 20 years. The name her mother had given her, and that she had left behind when she enlisted. I read it. The letter described the layout of the Sable Meridian in accurate detail. The placement of the bridge, the configuration of the lab stations, the particular way the common area was arranged, the narrow corridor between the engineering bay and the crew quarters that everyone on the ship had complained about at some point because it was just slightly too narrow and caught your shoulder if you weren't paying attention. It described specific conversations from our transit out, word for word. Conversations I'd been part of, and some I had not. Near the bottom, it described a conversation between Naira and me in the observation bay 3 nights before we arrived at the system, 2 in the morning. Neither of us could sleep. We had stood at the viewport and talked about what we expected to find, and she had said something that I had thought about many times since.
You can never have too much treasure.
The thing she was most afraid of was not finding something dangerous. The thing she was most afraid of was finding something that made her realize she had never really understood what was out here, what the universe actually was, and that the shape she'd been given of it her whole life was just a shape someone had drawn to make the dark seem smaller. I'd not told anyone she said that. Nira had not told anyone. The letter described it precisely. At the bottom of the letter, in handwriting that Nira looked at for a long time before speaking, she told me in a voice that was very controlled and very quiet that the handwriting was hers. Not similar to hers. Hers. She knew her own handwriting. The final line read, "You came here looking for life. Something else has been looking for you. She folded the letter and put it in her jacket pocket.
You can never have
She
too
said
much
you were leaving
treasure.
this planet and completing the remaining survey work from orbit. She walked past me toward the stairs. I followed her. In the stairwell, for just a moment, she stopped with her hand on the railing and was still. And I looked at the back of her head and at her shoulders and at the particular way stillness can look when it is being held in place by force of will. Then she continued down the stairs, and I followed her, and neither of us said anything until we were back on the shuttle. I spent that night at my workstation and did not leave it until morning. I spread everything across every screen I had and looked at it all from as far back as I could get, trying to see the shape of it rather than the parts. Here is the shape. The Aris Fold system contains 11 worlds. All 11 evolved human civilizations independently. All 11 reached the same level of technological development. All 11 went silent at the same moment, in universal time. All 11 left the same final message in 11 different languages. All 11 contained, hidden beneath that message, a warning that whoever found it was already known to the thing that had taken them. I had spent years reading about the Fermi Paradox and the Great Filter. They were academic frameworks, the kind of ideas that feel weighty in a seminar room and then abstract once you leave. The Great Filter says that somewhere between life beginning and life reaching the stars, something stops almost everything. Something that functions like a barrier or a limit, and this was the version that had always seemed most extreme and most difficult to believe. Something that functions like a rule enforced by an agent. Something that noticed civilizations when they reached a certain height and ensured they did not go further. The name had been on every world, in monument inscriptions, in final news segments, in the margins of scientific journals from the years just before the silence, the Horizon Census. Nobody among the 11 civilizations had ever fully understood what it was. Their records showed the awareness of it arriving slowly, and then all at once the way certain kinds of understanding arrive, the way you can look at something for years and then one morning see it. They had tried to classify it. Machine, organism, phenomenon, force, none of the categories held. What their records did show was consistent and clear. Every civilization had become aware of the Horizon Census shortly before it ended. The awareness and the ending were close enough together in the record that it was impossible to say whether the awareness caused the ending or whether the ending had always been coming, and the awareness was simply the moment it became visible. I wrote down what I believed the Horizon Census was. I am a cartographer. I map what I find. I do not invent. What I wrote that night was not invention. I believe the Horizon Census is a counting mechanism of incomprehensible age and scope. I believe it registers every civilization that reaches a threshold of development and adds it to something that functions as a census, a registry, a record of what exists. I believe that being registered is not neutral. The civilizations in this system did not disappear because the census was hostile to them. They disappeared because the act of being seen by something operating at that scale, of being known and accounted for and filed, is not survivable by anything operating at ours. The way a cell does not survive being observed by something that has to destroy the cell to see it. Not malice, just scale. Just the ordinary operation of something so large that what it does to notice us is to us an ending. And the critical detail is this. The Horizon Census does not come to you. It notices you when you cross the threshold. The threshold is what we crossed when we left our solar system and traveled to another star. We crossed it before we arrived at Aris Fold. We crossed it when we launched. I knocked on Naira's door. She was already awake. I told her what I thought. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said she needed to think, and she would see me in the morning, and I should try to sleep. Neither of us slept. We completed the survey as a team. We were going to finish the work. That was not stubbornness. That was what the civilizations in this system would have wanted. They left messages. They left warnings. They left records as complete as they could make them before the time ran out. The least we could do was read all of it. The 10th world was where Orin stopped being able to maintain the voice he'd been using all mission. In the central emergency broadcast archive of the largest city, in a basement room that smelled of recycled air and the specific kind of preserved silence that archives develop, he found a recording made in the final hours. A woman sat at a broadcast desk in an empty studio. No crew, no crew positions. Just her, alone, speaking into a camera that was still running, because she had made sure it was still running. She spoke to whoever would come after. She said they had tried to run. She said this plainly, and without drama, the way you say something, when you have already spent all your grief on it, and what is left is just the fact. She said some of them had gotten very far. She paused before and after the word, very in a way that made the pause do more work than the word. She did not describe what happened to the ones who ran. She looked into the camera for a moment after saying it, and her expression while she was not describing it carried the weight of the description anyway. She looked into the camera at the end and said, "We kept hoping someone would find this before it found them." She stopped. She looked down at her hands for a moment. Then she looked back up and she said, "I'm sorry." The recording ended. Orin sat on the floor of the archive room. He did not sit in the deliberate way of someone choosing to sit. He sat in the way of someone whose legs made a decision without consulting them. He sat there for 11 minutes. I know because I was watching the time, the way you watch the time when you don't know what else to watch. Zafira sat next to him on the floor without saying anything, and without touching him, just close enough that he wasn't alone with it. Toland stood at the doorway with his back to the room, looking out at the street, and said nothing at all. The absence of a joke from Toland was a specific kind of silence by that point in the mission. We'd all learned to hear it. The 11th world. The last one. The one where Zafira went pale. The main message was there, same as all the others. Same translation. The secondary message was there beneath it, also same. She found the third line at the very bottom, written in letters so compressed and so small that she had to crouch to read them, angling her flashlight across the surface to catch the indentation of the marks. She read it aloud slowly, stopping once in the middle to breathe. She said the ones who disappeared did not all die. She said some had been taken, not in a way that implied captivity, in a way that implied study. The Horizon Census, the message said, had needed to understand what made each version of humanity identical to every other version. What fundamental characteristic repeated across every world regardless of language, culture, era, or origin. What was so deeply embedded in what humanity is that no amount of divergent history could breed it out. It had found the answer. The message did not say what the answer was. It said only that the answer was what made us worth counting, and that the answer was what the census used to find the next world, the next version, the next instance of the same fundamental thing, building the same city, carrying the same stories, reaching the same ceiling, using the same buildings. It used us to find us. Naira implemented one day that evening. She told the crew everything, including the things each of us had done, except for one. Letter, my fears, she gave the full picture. She did not protect anyone from the weight of it. She said we had two choices. We could transmit a full report to her. Everything. Every scan, every translation, every surface photograph, every broadcast recording, every timestamp, every word of every message from every world. Earth would have all of it. Whether having it would change anything, she could not promise. Or we could go silent. Destroy the jump coordinates, Return home and say we found 11 worlds with breathable atmospheres and no signs of life, and let Earth go on not knowing, for as long as that ignorance was worth anything. Oren said in the quiet and very precise voice he had been using since the that the letters placed in an archive on a planet visited before this mission. Describing things that not happening which meant the horizon sensors had not found us when we arrived at Arisfold.
We're gonna need heroes to take this
They
thing
found us
down.
before we left home. The choice about when to be noticed had been made for us, possibly before we built the ship we were sitting in. The room was very quiet. Kalith said we should transmit the report. Not because transmission would protect anything, because every civilization in this system had spent their final hours making sure the record was as They left messages and left languages for people who would never meet, never reach. They had done it with care, with precision, with the kind of effort you make when the effort is the last thing you have left behind. They say the same honesty. We wrote down the 12th message from the people who came. It was unanimous. We all knew it was going to be. We prepared for it 2 days. Every file, every recording, every translation, linguistic summary, all around the world the detail I had spent 22 years learning to provide. Orin verified every timestamp.
Destroying the brazier, we can
Colin
negate.
included every additional
destroy the
observation
gate.
without the footnotes.
We have to
this
find
time.
the other brazier
Just
and
the plain
demolish
record
that
of
one
what
too.
you'd seen and where and when. Kalith wrote the historical analysis, the timeline of 11 civilizations, the ceiling they all reached, the moment they all stopped. I authorized the transmission from my station on a Friday morning. I watched the progress move across the screen. When it reached completion, I noted the time in my log. Then I closed the log. I went to the observation bay. I stood at the viewport and looked at the 11 planets hanging in the dark of the Arisfold system. 11 worlds that had each gained everything they wanted. Each reached everything humans reach. Each left the same final words in 11 different voices. I thought about how far we'd come to reach services ending. I thought about the basement archive on the 10th world. I stayed at your desk to make the record as complete as possible, and then looked into the camera and saw which you would never see. I thought about the symbols, about what it means that every version is at the same height, looks out at the same dark, and asks the same questions, and builds the same machines to go looking for the answers. About what it means that whatever we are consistent enough across 11 separate evolutions that something could use one instance of us as a map to the others. I thought about the fact that Earth had already been noticed. I thought about the fact that the Sable Meridian was on its way home, and that home was where the census would be looking. I went to bed. I did not sleep. What I'm about to tell you is not an official report. It is not in any document that was transmitted. It's something I found 3 months after I returned home. Their own files. A folder I'd created myself during the mission, and then apparently forgotten, though I have no memory of creating it or of adding the file inside it. The file was a recording. My voice. My workstation's internal audio log, timestamped to a night midway through the mission, when I had supposedly been asleep. In the recording, I'm speaking clearly, calmly, in the voice of a man who is not asleep. I'm reciting from memory the layouts of cities I have not yet visited. I'm describing, in accurate detail, surface features of planets we had not yet surveyed. I'm reading in a language I do not speak and have never studied, what I later translated and found to be the third message from the 11th world. The hidden one. The one written too small to see without a flashlight and a crouch. And Zephyra's particular quality of attention. I'm reading it correctly. In the original language. 3 days before we arrived at the planet it was written on. I do not remember making that recording. I do not remember any of the nights during the mission the way I remember days. I know I was present. I know I conducted my work. But the nights have a quality of distance to them that the days do not. A slight fog, a sense that I'm remembering things from further away than they should be. I've not told Nira. I've not told any of the crew. I moved to a new apartment 6 weeks ago. I do not keep a regular schedule. I take different routes. I do not know what any of this accomplishes against something that can leave a letter on a planet 40 light years away in the handwriting of someone who hadn't written it yet. But the woman in the archive said some of them ran and got very far. She's got way too good. Very far compared to what? Very far compared to not running. Very far compared to what the thinking if they had stayed. The question is the only thing I've left that functions as hope. The final message said, if you're reading this, your world hasn't been come together. Looked closely. I think that looking closely is the part that matters. And I think what it found in there is what it finds in all of us. The fundamental sameness. The thing that makes every version of humanity build the same cities and reach the same ceiling. And the same last words. I don't know what that thing is. I don't know if knowing would change anything. But if you are reading this wherever you are, whatever world you are on, whatever year it is, whatever calendar you use, I want you to know that 11 versions of us left the lights on for someone to find. 11 versions of us made the record as complete as possible. 11 versions of us tried. The Horizon Census does not stop counting. The only question that remains is what comes after. I think I'm starting to find out.
Protect the altar! Getting adrenaline full! The God of Flame commands you to burn!